In the winter of 2010, I decided to put my wilderness training to the test. I had just completed a leadership course focused on outdoor survival and backcountry travel. After months of learning how to navigate, assess risk, treat injuries, and read weather, I was itching to get off the grid and be alone in the wild. I didn't want company. I didn't want a trail guide. I wanted to see what it felt like to be completely on my own in nature, with nothing but the gear on my back and the skills in my head. That's how I ended up heading out to a patch of BLM land near the Colorado River. I'd heard through a few forums about some natural hot springs that only revealed themselves in winter when the river level dropped. During the warmer months, the meltwater from the mountains would swell the river and swallow them up. But in the dead of winter, if you could handle the cold, they were open. Supposedly beautiful, remote, untouched. That's all I needed to hear. I drove my old Subaru as far down the Forest Service road as I could. The gravel eventually gave way to dirt, and after a few miles, I parked near a locked gate with a small information board and a worn metal sign that read, "Wilderness Area. Foot travel only." Just before I set out, a woman in a dusty brown truck pulled up. She was the local BLM officer who patrolled the area. She didn't say much, just asked how long I was staying and told me to write the date on my windshield every week, so she'd know I was still out there. That kind of interaction says a lot about the place. It wasn't a national park with rangers checking permits. This was real backcountry. No services, no patrols, no cell service, and no one to come looking for you if something went wrong. The hike from the gate to my intended campsite was about 4 miles. The trail wasn't marked, but I'd memorized the topo map and used a hand compass to keep my bearings. I followed a dry wash for the first couple miles and then climbed up a ridge that curved toward the river. It was cold but dry, and the sky was sharp and cloudless. There was no wind, just the crunch of snow and loose rock under my boots. The landscape was raw, a mix of scraggly juniper, cactus, and frozen ground. Here and there, the snow was patchy, thin where the sun hit the slope. You could see for miles. Red rock walls carved by wind and time. Towering ridges. Long shadows. It felt like another planet. I picked a spot to set up camp on a shelf about 40 feet above the river. It wasn't flat, but there was enough space to clear a patch for my tent. I chose it because it backed up to a small rock wall and looked down on the water. The idea was simple. If something dangerous came sniffing around, I'd have a way out. It wasn't much of a plan, but it gave me some comfort. I brought bear spray, a knife, and a whistle. That was it. In the wilderness, those things feel useless if something really wants to get into your tent. The first few days were calm. I made a routine. Wake up with the sun. Boil water. Make oatmeal. Scout down to the springs. Soak. Come back. Write notes in my weather log. Eat something simple, mostly rice, nuts, and jerky. I had a gravity filter for the river water and plenty of layers to keep warm. The nights were cold, drop down ear bones cold, but I had a good bag, and I layered up. What got to me more than anything was the silence. Silence in the backcountry is not like silence anywhere else. It's not quiet. It's the absence of anything human. No cars, no background hum, no lights. When it gets dark, it gets black. And when you lie in your tent at night, every sound becomes something. Wind becomes footsteps. A branch falling becomes a stalker. Your own breath sounds too loud. Your heart sounds like a drum. I try not to let it get to me, but around the 4th night, I started to dread bedtime. I wasn't scared of anything specific, just uneasy. It wasn't like I'd seen any bear tracks or signs. In theory, they were supposed to be hibernating. But that's the thing, they're not always sleeping. If they are up in the winter, it's because they're desperate. A bear awake in January is a bear that's cold, hungry, and unpredictable. That thought got stuck in my head. So every night, I'd pack my gear tight, bring anything scented downwind, and keep my boots in the tent. Just in case I had to run or jump, I kept my headlamp and knife right by my sleeping bag. It was all about worst-case scenarios. You start thinking like that when you're alone. Then came a morning I'll never forget. It was maybe 4:30 or 5 a.m. Still dark. No birds yet. Just dead stillness. I was sleeping lightly, as usual, bundled in my bag when I heard a noise that didn't fit. A deep, slow grunt. It wasn't loud like a growl, but it wasn't small either. It sounded heavy, alive, moving. I froze. I didn't even open my eyes at first. I just listened. A few seconds passed, then I heard it again. Closer. Grunting. Snorting. I could hear something breathing. Deep and wet. The sound of weight shifting in snow. Then steps. Slow. Measured. Something big. It was right outside the tent. I didn't move. Not a muscle. I breathed as shallow as I could and tried not to shake. My brain was racing. Bear. Had to be. What else made that kind of noise? What else would be out here, sniffing tents in winter? I could hear it exhale through its nose. Then the sound of it sniffing the nylon, inches from my head. There was no mistaking the noise. The wet brush of a snout along the side of the tent. Then a long, dragging snort. It circled the tent. I could feel the vibration of its steps through the frozen ground. At some point, it paused. I could hear it breathing. And then another set of steps. Lighter, but still not small. There was more than one. Now I was almost panicking. I still hadn't moved, but every muscle in my body was coiled tight. My heart was thudding so hard I thought it would give me away. I tried to reach for the bear spray, but my hand was stuck under my bag and I didn't dare shift. Then, slowly, the noises started to move away. Still sniffing, still breathing, but retreating. I waited a full 10 minutes after I stopped hearing them before I moved. Every second felt like 100. Finally, I unzipped the top of the tent an inch and looked out. What I saw was elk, a whole herd of them. They were standing maybe 30 feet from my tent, backlit by the early glow of dawn. Steam was rising from their backs. A few were looking right at me, motionless, their ears twitching. They weren't afraid. They didn't care about me at all. I've never felt more relief mixed with confusion. Elk. A herd of elk had been sniffing my tent. It didn't make sense at first, those sounds, that weight. I thought I knew what elk sounded like. I didn't. I sat in my tent for a long time after they moved on, just breathing, processing. My hands were still shaking, and I could feel sweat soaking my shirt, even though it was freezing outside. That moment burned into me. I wasn't in danger. Not really, but I believed I was. Every part of my brain was convinced I was going to die. And in the end, it was just wildlife doing what wildlife does. I stayed another 5 days, but something changed after that morning. I wasn't quite the same. Every creak, every gust of wind, every rustle in the dark made my body react. I didn't sleep more than an hour at a time. I tried to stay calm, tried to meditate, tried to ground myself. But that feeling, the one where you're sure something is right outside, and it means to hurt you, it doesn't fade easily. By the end of my time out there, I was ready to go. Not because I hated it. I still loved it. But I'd learned something I didn't expect. Fear doesn't need a reason. Your brain will make one. And when you're alone in the wild, the line between real and imagined gets razor thin. I hiked back out on a gray morning, left the date on my windshield, and drove off without seeing a single person. It took a few days before I slept properly again. Even back home, in a warm bed with a locked door, I still heard footsteps in my head. Still felt breath on the nylon. That trip changed me. It didn't break me, but it peeled something back. Taught me a lesson I couldn't have learned in any classroom or training program. Out there, when it's just you and the dark, your mind becomes the wilderness. And sometimes, it's the scariest place of all. I wasn't a park ranger or anything official, just a guy who liked to get out of town sometimes. I lived in Flagstaff at the time, and when life started piling up too much, work, bills, noise, people, I grabbed my pack, load up my old German Shepherd, Buster, and head into the woods. That particular trip was meant to be a quiet weekend. I've been having a rough time at work, burnout, and I just needed to reset. I chose a spot along the Mogollon Rim, not too far from Woods Canyon Lake, but far enough off the trail that I wouldn't see anyone else. The Mogollon Rim is one of those places that changes the moment you step into it. Tall ponderosa pines stretch over your head. The wind moves through the trees in long, low waves. The edge of the rim itself drops off suddenly, and when you're standing on it, you can see forever, acres and acres of untouched wilderness rolling out beneath you. It's beautiful and quiet, but it's the kind of quiet that makes you feel watched, even when you're alone. I parked my truck off a fire road, locked it up, and started hiking in late afternoon. The trail wasn't marked, just something I had marked on an old Forest Service map, and I'd been there once before a year earlier. I remember a flat clearing, maybe 2 miles, and that I thought would be perfect for a small camp. It took me about an hour to reach it with all my gear, and Buster trotted alongside me the whole time. He was 12 by then, graying around the muzzle, slower than he used to be, but still solid. He never wandered far, never barked at shadows. He was calm and reliable, and more than once, he'd let me know when something was off before I even had a clue. The sun was getting low by the time we got to the clearing. I set up camp quickly, small tent, fire ring, bare bag hung high in the trees. I always followed the rules about storing food, even out there. The rim is full of wildlife, black bears, elk, deer, and yes, mountain lions. I'd never seen one in person, but I knew they were out there. After camp was set up, I built a fire with the deadfall I'd gathered on the way in. The air had that late summer chill to it, especially once the sun dipped past the trees. I heated up a can of chili on my camp stove and shared a few bites with Buster. We sat by the fire while the sky went dark, stars coming out one by one. No cell service out there, which I preferred. No reception meant no texts, no work emails, just me, my dog, and the forest. It was maybe 9 or 10 p.m. when I first heard it. A rustle behind a bush, maybe 20 feet from the fire. Dry leaves crackling. It wasn't the wind. It was too deliberate, too short. Buster lifted his head and stared into the dark, ears up. I looked over, expecting him to growl or bark, but he didn't. Instead, he let out this low whimper and pressed up against my leg. That stopped me cold. This dog had faced down raccoons, a black bear once, and never flinched. But now he was acting like something out there scared him. I didn't hear anything else for a while. I fed the fire a little more wood, tried to ignore how my skin had started to crawl. I told myself it was probably a deer, maybe a squirrel. Something small, stupid. Still, Buster wouldn't take his eyes off that bush. Another 10 minutes or so passed. I was staring into the flames, trying to relax, but I kept glancing toward that bush. Buster stayed close. Eventually, the tension seemed to fade, and I chalked it up to nerves. I leaned back on my log seat, poked at the fire with a stick. I thought maybe I'd turn soon. Then we heard again. This time it came from the opposite side of the clearing, another rustle, something heavier. Not the snap of twigs underfoot, but a deeper brush of something moving past. Buster stood up, turned toward the noise, and walked straight to the tent. He pawed at the door, quietly, not in a panic, not whining, just deliberate, like he wanted out of sight. That's when I got up. I grabbed a few small rocks from the edge of the fire ring and tossed them in the direction of the sound. Nothing. No movement. No return noise. Just the fire popping behind me and my own breathing. I didn't want to leave the light, and I sure as hell didn't want to go into the woods to check. My gut said no, and Buster agreed. I threw a few larger logs onto the fire, got it burning hot, and zipped us both up inside the tent. I kept my flashlight and my knife close. I didn't have a gun with me on that trip, something I regretted the second I laid down. I told myself the fire would be enough. I zipped up the fly, listened for a long time. Nothing. No footsteps, no animals. Just the wind in the trees. Eventually I must have fallen asleep. The night passed with no other disturbances. Buster lay close the whole time. I remember waking up once in the dark and seeing the red-orange flicker of the firelight still glowing through the tent fabric. That was some comfort. I figured whatever had been out there moved on. I fell back asleep. Morning came clear and cold. The sun hadn't fully risen yet, and there was dew on the outside of the tent. I unzipped it, stretched, and stepped outside. The fire had burned down to glowing coals. I let Buster out and made myself a cup of coffee with the little stove. Everything looked normal again in daylight. The clearing was quiet, peaceful, but I still felt that lingering edge of unease. After breakfast, I decided to check the bushes where we'd heard the noises. Part of me just needed to confirm it had been a deer or something harmless. I walked over to the spot where Buster had first reacted. Dry leaves, flattened grass. Then I saw the tracks. Large paw prints. Bigger than any coyote. Wrong shape for a dog. I followed them slowly, circling around the clearing. They made a wide arc, almost like a spiral, coming in from a forest, sweeping around the back of the tent, and then heading off the other way. I found 3 separate places where the prints showed clearly, deep enough to be recent. They weren't black bear. I'd seen those before. These were cleaner, rounder. Claws didn't show in most of them. Mountain lion. No question in my mind. It had been stalking us. Maybe just curious, maybe sizing us up. They're ambush predators, so they don't usually make themselves known. This one had gotten close. Close enough that Buster felt it. Close enough that it probably watched us from the shadows, silent and still. I kept replaying the night before in my head. If I'd gone out with my flashlight, if I'd followed the sound behind the bush, I might have walked right into it. No warning, no sound. I packed up camp faster than I ever had. Every noise made me jump. I kept Buster close. We hiked back to the truck without stopping. Every so often I'd glance over my shoulder, scanning the trees. But there was nothing, just the same quiet woods that had welcomed us in. When I got home, I looked up mountain lion behavior. Turns out, most encounters happen just like that. Quiet, unnoticed, close. They avoid humans unless they're desperate, sick, or hunting. I still don't know what that one wanted. Maybe it was just curious. Maybe it was hungry. Either way, I was lucky. I've been back to the rim since then. But I'm more careful now. I never camp without a firearm. I always bring extra lights, and I trust Buster's instincts without question. That trip reminded me that the wild isn't just pretty trees and fresh air. It has rules, and sometimes the only thing standing between you and something with teeth is a few feet of nylon and a flickering fire. We forget that too easily. That night along the Mogollon Rim still sits heavy in the back of my mind. Not because anything happened, but because of what almost did, and I never camped the same way again. I had been working as a ranger at Philmont Scout Ranch for 2 summers. It's a huge stretch of land out in northeastern New Mexico, and every summer it comes alive with crews of high school age scouts and their adult leaders hiking through the backcountry. Most of them come in for a 10-day or 12-day trek, covering dozens of miles, moving from camp to camp across rugged terrain, living out their packs, setting up bear bags, cooking over stoves, filtering water, the whole deal. Every crew gets assigned a ranger for the first couple of days. That was my job. I'd hike with them, teach them the ropes, how to cook, hang their food, navigate their maps and compass, clean dishes without attracting wildlife. Once I felt like they had it figured out and were ready to move on their own, I'd split off and hike back solo to the nearest staff camp or pickup point to catch a ride back to base. I had done that dozens of times. Hiking alone was part of the job. We were all trained for it. We carried radios, kept logs, checked in. It was safe, or at least we told ourselves it was. This happened during my second year. I had just finished spending 2 nights with a crew of scouts from Missouri. They were a solid group. One of the better ones, actually. Respectful, knew how to work together, quick learners. Their adult advisor was a little out of shape, but he kept up. I felt good about leaving them. They were heading northwest toward Baldy Mountain, while I was cutting south toward Crooked Creek, one of the staff camps with a log cabin and a couple of friendly old cowboys who stayed there teaching the scouts about homesteading and black powder rifles. It was about 10 miles of backcountry between where I left the crew and Crooked Creek. I could have stuck to the main trail, but there was a game trail that paralleled it a bit lower on the ridge line, and I'd taken it once before. It was quieter, less dusty, more shaded. I had all day and wasn't in a hurry, so I figured I'd take the scenic way. I left early that morning. The weather was cool, clear sky, no storms forecasted. I had about 1.5 liters of water, a couple energy bars, first aid, bear spray, rain shell just in case, and my radio. Standard solo Ranger day pack. I moved pretty fast through the brush. The trail was thin, just wide enough to squeeze between the trunks of pine and juniper. You had to duck sometimes to get under low branches. The ground was dry, but not too rocky. Occasionally I'd see elk scat or deer tracks, sometimes signs of bear, scat, claw marks on trees, prints, but nothing fresh. I was maybe 4 miles in when I got that weird feeling. I don't know how else to describe it. You're alone in the woods and everything's quiet, and you start getting this itch at the base of your neck, like something is watching you. I'd felt it before, but usually it was just my brain messing with me. You stop, listen, look around, wait a few minutes, and then keep moving. Sometimes a squirrel rustles leaves and your adrenaline goes crazy for no reason. But this time, I stopped walking and I could feel something was off. The air had changed. Not the temperature, but the feeling. The sounds of birds and insects had dulled. The breeze had died. It was like the woods were holding their breath. I slowly looked around. There was nothing. Just trees and shrubs and pine needles scattered over the dirt. No movement. No sounds. No reason to feel the way I did. So I kept walking. Another 10 minutes and I heard it, soft, quiet, but definitely there. A shift of weight on dry earth. Maybe 15 feet behind me. I stopped. I didn't turn around right away. I didn't want to look scared. I didn't want to trigger anything. I just stood there. I listened. Another step. Definitely behind me. Close. I slowly turned my head and looked over my shoulder. It was a mountain lion, maybe 8 feet behind me, standing on the trail. Long body, lean muscles under that tawny coat, low to the ground like it was deciding whether to pounce or not. Its eyes were locked on me. Yellow, wide, calm. Time just froze. I had seen mountain lions before, but only at a distance, running off. They don't usually stick around people. They don't want anything to do with us. But this one didn't run. It didn't growl. It didn't make any sound at all. It took a step closer. I couldn't move. My legs locked. My throat closed. I wasn't breathing. It came closer, 3 steps, maybe 4. And then it did something I will never forget for the rest of my life. It walked right up next to me and brushed its body against the side of my legs. Like a damn house cat. It rubbed its head, shoulders, rib cage, and tail along the side of my right leg, slow and smooth, like it was scenting me, marking me. I didn't react. I couldn't. I stood there with my pack still strapped on, arms at my sides, frozen stiff. My breathing came back in short, shaky gasps, and then, as stupid as it sounds, I pissed myself. Couldn't help it. My body just let go. I felt it run down my leg, into my boot. Warm, then cold. I knew not to make sudden moves. I knew not to run. But everything in my brain was telling me to run, to scream, to do something, and my body wouldn't respond. The lion circled me once more, brushing again against the backs of my legs. And then it stopped just behind me. I felt its whiskers touch my pant leg. I stood there for another full minute, breathing through my teeth, heart beating so hard I thought it would explode. Then, without warning, I heard it walk off. Just like that. Soft, padded steps into the brush. Not fast, not scared, just gone. I didn't move for a long time. I felt like I'd just come out of a dream, except everything was way too real. My clothes were soaked. My legs were shaking. I lowered myself slowly to the ground, took my pack off, sat there on the side of the trail, and just tried to get my breathing under control. I don't know how long I sat there. Maybe 20 minutes. Maybe more. The lion didn't come back. Eventually, I cleaned myself up as best I could with what I had. I had some wet wipes in my pack. I swapped into dry socks. Luckily, my boots weren't totally soaked inside. I drank some water, checked my map, and kept walking. What else could I do? The trail felt different after that. Like it didn't belong to me anymore. Like I was walking through something else's territory and had been told, very politely, to keep moving. I stayed alert for the rest of the hike. Every snap of a twig made me flinch. I walked fast. I didn't stop for breaks. I didn't even eat. I just wanted to get to Crooked Creek, to be around people, to not be alone. I made it there by late afternoon. My legs were sore and my throat was dry, but I was fine. When the staff saw me, they smiled, made jokes about me looking extra spooked, but I didn't say much. I didn't want to talk about it. Later that night, I told one of the older staffers what happened. He was a quiet guy, been working at Philmont almost 10 years. He listened without saying a word. When I finished, he nodded and said something like, "You're lucky that one just wanted to mess with you." And that's exactly what it felt like. Like I was playing a game, testing me, seeing what I'd do. I read up more on mountain lion behavior after that. They're ambush predators. They don't stalk for long. If one follows you, it usually means it's curious. If it brushes up against you, that's rare. That's real rare. Nobody I talked to had ever heard of that happening in the wild. I don't know why that one did it. I don't know what it wanted, but it let me go, and I didn't take that lightly. After that summer, I never hiked alone again unless I absolutely had to. And when I did, I stayed on main trails. Why trails? Trails where you can see 20 or 30 feet in every direction. I still love the outdoors. I still love Philmont, but I don't romanticize it anymore. Nature isn't just pretty skies and big trees and peaceful quiet. It's real. It's sharp. It doesn't care about you. You're a visitor. You're tolerated. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you're ignored. But sometimes, something brushes up against you and reminds you very clearly whose world you're walking through. And if you're lucky, it just keeps walking. I was working my third season as a backcountry ranger when this happened. Gila Wilderness in New Mexico. Huge, raw, and mostly empty. Over 550,000 acres of land, and hardly any of it touched. The terrain was rough, cut up by deep canyons and rugged ridgelines, and most of the roads were either badly maintained or barely there. The kind of place where it can take you 4 hours to drive 30 miles, and if something goes wrong, you might as well be on the moon. It was early spring, still cold at night, especially in the higher elevations, and the crowds hadn't started coming in yet. Most folks who came up that early were either hardcore campers, long-haul hikers, or guys like the ones I saw that morning. Fishermen making the slow drive up from Mogollon to Snow Lake. That road, Forest Road 142, is basically a dirt ribbon that threads its way through the hills. Loose rock on both shoulders, no guardrails, and plenty of drop-offs if you're not careful. I had gotten a call on my radio about a vehicle that had gone into a ditch just past the halfway mark between Mogollon and the lake. I wasn't surprised. That spot was a sharp curve right where the incline starts getting serious, and people think they can pull U-turns on gravel like it's pavement. Doesn't work like that, especially when you're on loose rock and your rear tires are already spinning. I was the first ranger on the scene. The sun had just cracked the sky, pale and cold, and I remember seeing the shadows stretch long over the rocks when I pulled up. A small convoy of 4 or 5 campers and fishing trucks were pulled over on both sides of the road. A green Subaru Outback had tried to swing a U-turn and ended up nose down in a shallow ditch. Front tires high-centered on a boulder, rear wheels hanging just enough that it wasn't going anywhere. Everyone seemed in good spirits. No one was hurt, and one of the campers had a Jeep with a winch. They were already hooking it up when I stepped out. I nodded, walked down the ditch, looked it over, and confirmed it wasn't a wreck, just a case of someone being dumb and lucky. I was crouched next to the Subaru, inspecting under the frame to make sure the axle wasn't cracked, when I saw one of the guys standing beside the road start pointing up the hill behind us. I looked up and saw a man walking down the slope, coming down from the woods like he'd been out for a stroll. And I'll never forget what he looked like. Thin, probably 6 feet tall with long blonde hair, kind of scraggly. Pale, too. Almost like he hadn't seen the sun in a while. But the thing that really stood out was what he was wearing, a full purple velvet sweatsuit. Pants and zip up top, soft and shining in the light like something from a thrift store disco aisle. He had a fanny pack slung around his waist, a long wooden walking stick in one hand, and some kind of running shoes on his feet. That was it. No backpack, no jacket, no hat, no water bottle. Just this beaming grin like he was having the time of his life. He walked right up to us like we were friends meeting at a bar. I didn't recognize him. None of the other guys did either. I asked the group quietly if he was with them. They all shook their heads. My mind immediately went to one of 2 places. He was either a through hiker on some kind of ultralight trip, which wouldn't explain the outfit, or he was just playing out of it. Maybe both. I stepped away from the vehicle and walked toward him, keeping a close eye on his hands. He didn't seem dangerous, just off. He looked like he had stepped out of a comedy movie and onto my dirt road. The others backed off a little, still staring. One guy snorted and muttered something about a purple pimp hiker. I didn't laugh. I asked the guy where he was coming from, and he just gave me this wide smile and pointed vaguely toward the tree line he'd come out of. The direction led nowhere in particular, just raw forest, miles and miles of it. I tried asking where he was staying, and he said something about camping and then waved his stick toward another mountain. Same kind of answer. Not helpful. He had an accent, definitely German, and when I looked closer, he was sunburned all over his face and neck. His lips were a little cracked, but not badly. His eyes were bright and clear, and he didn't look like he was starving or in pain. Just extremely cheerful. The kind of upbeat energy that makes you feel uneasy because it doesn't match the surroundings. It was just after 9 a.m., and the spot he came from, if he'd really come from that direction, would have taken at least a 5-hour hike, and that's being generous. And he didn't look like he had anything for overnight. No sleeping bag, no gear. It had been below freezing the night before. I didn't have legal grounds to detain him. He wasn't breaking any laws, and he wasn't visibly in danger. He refused water when it was offered, said he was just enjoying nature, and then, without another word, crossed the road and disappeared into the woods on the other side. The guys around me laughed it off once he was gone. I didn't. I gave it half an hour, helped finish pulling the Subaru out, then radioed in and started making my way through the trails that led in the general direction he went. I covered about 4 miles, stopping at every spur, every primitive campsite. Nothing. No footprints, no tarp, no signs of recent camping. I left a few notes in plastic bags at the trailheads with my contact info, just in case. That evening, I headed over to Snow Lake to check in on the same group of campers. They were posted up with beers and tackle boxes and seemed to be having a good time. I told them what I'd done and asked if anyone else had seen the guy later in the day. Nobody had. One of them joked that maybe he was Bigfoot in disguise. I drove out the next morning and radioed the ranger station in reserve to give them the rundown and file a report. My shift ended that afternoon, and the next guy rotated in. I didn't expect anything else to come of it. But about 4 days later, while I was in town stocking up, I got a text from one of the guys in that fishing convoy. He said the new ranger on duty had swung by their site and brought up the story. Apparently, he thought we were pulling his leg, trying to haze him or something. The new ranger had done his own sweep and still hadn't seen a trace of the guy. No campers had reported anything. No one matching his description had checked in at any local sites. The nearest town hadn't had anyone fitting that description come through. It was like he had vanished into thin air, which was strange, but still not impossible. Maybe he had a hidden camp deep in the woods. Maybe he was just an eccentric survivalist with high pain tolerance and weird fashion sense. It wouldn't be the first. But here's the part that stayed with me. A month later, another ranger farther north reported a cache site that had been turned over. Not stolen, not broken into, just rummaged. But nearby, someone had drawn a giant smiley face on a tree trunk in purple marker. That alone wouldn't have meant much, except inside the hollow of a log near the cache was a pair of torn purple velvet pants. No note, no name, no blood, just left there. We don't know if it was the same guy. No footprints, no clear trail. The pants got bagged and sent back to the office. They never tested them for anything. Just sat on a shelf for a while and then eventually got tossed or boxed up. They weren't considered evidence in any crime. No missing persons matched his description. No one ever called and looking for a German tourist in a purple suit. I kept thinking about the man, about how happy he was, about how out of place he seemed. It felt like he belonged in some European music festival, not in one of the most remote corners of the American Southwest. And the way he walked off, like he had a purpose, but no direction. I never saw him again. Nobody I know has. I stayed on as a ranger for 6 more seasons after that, most of them in that same region. Every time I hiked those woods, I looked for any sign of him, but the forest never gave up any answers. And sometimes when I'm alone on the trail and I catch movement out of the corner of my eye, I think about how easy it is for people to disappear out here. Not vanish like magic, just step off the trail, go deep, and never come back. You wouldn't believe how many do. We still call him the Purple Pimp. We still tell the story around campfires and ranger stations. And every time I see someone hiking alone without gear, without water, I remember that morning and the look on his face. He wasn't lost. He was exactly where he wanted to be. And that's what scares me the most. I'm not a park ranger, but I do spend a lot of time out in the wild, and I've had enough experience alone in national forests and remote campgrounds that I've gotten pretty good at being aware of my surroundings. I've never thought of myself as someone easily rattled. I camp alone because I like it that way. I feel safer in the woods than I do walking through a parking garage at night. Most of the time, anyway. But this story still bugs me. It happened a couple years ago, somewhere along the West Coast. I won't name the campground. Not because I'm trying to keep it secret or turn it into some kind of mystery, but because it was one of those public forest campgrounds that all look and feel the same. Concrete pad, metal picnic table, ring of fire rocks, bear box. I couldn't even point it out on a map if you asked me today. I just remember it was a few miles off a state route, far enough into the woods that I had to drive down a winding gravel road for a while. I had no cell service once I passed the last town. I was out there on my usual kind of trip. Solo camping, just me and my car. I've got a small SUV that I've slowly rigged into a setup that works for my back. I deal with some chronic pain from old injuries, so sleeping in a tent on the ground doesn't work. I pulled the rear seats out, laid down plywood and foam, bolted in a padded bench that folds into a bed. It's not exactly glamorous, but it keeps me off the ground, and I sleep better in it than I do in most hotel rooms. For privacy and insulation, I cover the windows with cut-to-fit Reflectix panels, held in place with magnets. Once I'm in there at night, it's like being inside a little metal cocoon. No light gets in, no one can see me, and I can't see out. That particular night, the campground had been mostly empty. I'd only seen one or two other cars when I pulled in, and they were parked far away. It was one of those places where the sites are spaced out enough that you can go a whole night without seeing or hearing anyone else, especially if you're quiet. That's what I like. I don't go into the woods to hear someone else's music or dogs barking. I want the quiet, just the wind in the trees and maybe the sound of something moving around in the brush, as long as it keeps its distance. The day had been uneventful. I remember I hiked a short loop trail near the campground after setting up, then came back and made dinner out of a can on my portable stove. I sat at the picnic table until it got dark, then climbed into the car, zipped myself into my sleeping bag, and passed out not long after. Sometime before sunrise, I woke up. That part's always stuck with me, because when I camp, I usually sleep hard. It takes a lot to wake me up, especially when I'm zipped inside that bag and the car is sealed up. But that morning, I came awake fast. Not groggy, not slowly drifting up from a dream. My eyes just popped open, and I was instantly alert. The sound that woke me was a low, rough rumble. That's the best word I've ever been able to come up with for it. Rumbling, not a growl, not a roar. It sounded almost mechanical, except there were no engines anywhere nearby. The closest town was miles away. There were no trucks or four-wheelers, and I hadn't seen any rangers around since I arrived. The closest I can describe it is like the sound of a heavy shopping cart being pushed across rough asphalt. That's sort of a regular clatter and grind. Metal on rock, not rhythmic like an engine, just raw and uneven and too loud to ignore. I froze when I first heard it. Laying on my side, still zipped up in the sleeping bag, all I could do was listen. The sound was getting louder. Whatever it was moving. I could hear gravel under pressure, sticks snapping, maybe a few larger branches getting pushed aside. Something big, not far away, crunching its way through the woods just beyond the edge of my campsite. Then the car shook. Not a little. Not like someone leaning on it or brushing up against the side. The whole frame shifted on the suspension, rocked once, hard enough to make the sleeping bag creak under me. I felt the weight of it. Whatever hit the car had some serious mass. And then, silence. The rumbling stopped. The crunching of gravel stopped. The entire forest went dead quiet. That silence might have been the worst part. It was like the woods were holding their breath. I was still laying there, zipped up, heart thudding like a drum in my ears. My arms were trapped inside the sleeping bag, and I was suddenly very aware of how stupid that was. It took a few seconds to get my left arm free, then my right. I unzipped myself as fast as I could without making noise. The zipper felt like it was echoing in the cabin of the car. I sat up. My head was inches from the roof. The back windows were still blacked out. I couldn't see anything. The side windows were covered too. Total darkness inside the car. No way to see what might still be standing outside. I waited. No sound. Eventually, I peeled back one of the window covers on the driver's side and looked out. Nothing. Just trees. The narrow gravel road that ran past the campground. Empty fire ring. Picnic table. The metal bear box, still closed. I checked every window one at a time. Nothing on any side. Still, I didn't leave the car right away. I didn't even open the door. I sat there for maybe 30 minutes, breathing slowly, waiting to hear that noise again. I was convinced that whatever had brushed the car would circle back. But nothing came. After the sky started to lighten, I finally got out. The air was cold and damp, and the woods were still dead quiet. I did a slow lap around the car, looking for scratches, dents, anything that might explain the impact. I didn't find anything obvious, but the ground behind the vehicle looked disturbed, like something had dragged or walked through the gravel and pine needles. I crouched and looked closer. There was a wide smear where the gravel had been shifted. Not a clear footprint, but a sort of long scuff, about 8 inches wide, cutting across the path behind the car. It was too big to be a deer and too irregular to be a boot print. It didn't make sense. Still, there was nothing else to go on. No broken windows, no scratches, no animal prints I could identify. I didn't feel like making breakfast. I packed up and left as fast as I could, not even stopping at the vault toilet near the trailhead. I just drove, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror, trying not to think about what would have happened if the window covers weren't in place. If I'd been sleeping in a tent instead of the car. Later, I tried to figure it out. I posted on a few camping forums, described the noise, the impact, the rumble. I got a lot of guesses. Elk, bear, cougar, even a moose, though I think that was a stretch considering the area. Someone said maybe a boar. Another person said a logging truck on a nearby road, but there wasn't one. Someone else said I imagined it. That it was probably a dream. But I know what I felt. That car moved. I've spent a lot of time thinking about it since. I didn't want to let it scare me out of camping, and it hasn't. I still go. I still sleep in the car, still cover the windows. But I park closer to other people now. Not right next to them, just close enough that I'm not completely alone. A year later, I went back to that same region. Not the same campground, but close. I was talking to a ranger on duty at the entrance kiosk about bear activity, and I mentioned the rumble I heard that night. I didn't go into too much detail, just said something large had bumped my car, and I never found out what it was. The ranger got quiet, nodded once, and said, "Yeah, you'd be surprised what moves through here at night." That's all he said, and I guess that was enough. I've stopped asking. I think it was real. I think something big walked right up to my car in the dark and decided not to bother pushing harder. I'll probably never know exactly what it was, but I do know this. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't in my head. And the woods don't always tell you everything. I've been working as a park ranger for a little over 10 years now, mostly in the southeastern states, Louisiana, Georgia, Florida. I've seen and dealt with just about every type of visitor and wildlife situation you can imagine. I've hiked deep into swamps and backwoods areas where GPS signals fade and cell towers are just rumors. I've seen panthers, venomous snakes, alligator nests, and even feral hogs sprinting across trails. But for all the real dangers I've come across out there, there's one experience that sticks with me the most. Not because it nearly killed me, but because of how it made me feel. Unsettled, exposed, a little helpless, and all of that from something that most people wouldn't even take seriously. It happened in the Everglades sometime in early December a few years ago. I was on a solo work assignment, doing some overnight camping while surveying an area that had just been reopened to backcountry hikers. The goal was to monitor a few campsites, check on water levels, take wildlife inventory logs, and confirm that our posted closures had actually kept the area untouched. I had a few options for camping, but decided on a semi-remote drive-up site that was situated near a slough, basically a low-lying, slow-moving channel through the swamp. The area wasn't too far from the road, but was isolated enough that once the sun went down, you really couldn't see any signs of civilization. No lights, no cars, just sounds, the kind you only get in the Everglades. Insects, frogs, owls, distant splashes, that kind of thing. People talk about the peace and quiet of nature, but the Everglades at night are not quiet. It's more like nature's version of static, an ambient wall of chirps and croaks and rustling branches. Now, I've got some back issues, and over time I've developed a system that works for me when I need to sleep outdoors. Instead of a tent and a sleeping pad, I use my vehicle, a a soft-top convertible. It's not exactly standard issue for park work, but it gets the job done. I fold down the back seats and clear out the trunk space so I can lie flat. There's just enough room for me to stretch out. I bring a mosquito net and zip the windows closed if I need to, but in winter, I usually leave them open for the breeze. That night was warm for December. Humid. Air clung to you and didn't move unless you were driving. I had the soft top fully up, but the windows rolled halfway down to let some air in. I had fallen asleep at some point after 10 p.m., maybe closer to 11, and woke up sometime after midnight because of a sound I recognized immediately. Something was walking on the roof of the car. The soft top made it easy to tell exactly where it was. Each footstep landed with a dull thud, then shifted slightly as the thing's weight settled. The first time it happened, I figured it was a raccoon. I knew that sound. I've chased enough of them off garbage cans to know how they walk. Deliberate, a little heavy in the back end, and never in a straight line. I figured it must have smelled something from inside the car. There was a loaf of bread I tucked down into the back storage well, behind the seat where the convertible top folds into when it's down. I planned to use the bread for sandwiches and as bait for checking game cameras. Anyway, I didn't want the raccoon tearing through the fabric of the roof to get inside. So I pushed up against the inside of the top with both hands. I felt it move above me, scampering to the side before hopping off. The weight disappeared. I waited a few minutes, then tried to fall back asleep. About 15 minutes later, it was back. Same pattern, walking, sniffing, pausing. This time I didn't wait. I pushed again, more forcefully, thudding the fabric from underneath. It ran off again. This back and forth happened maybe 4 or 5 times. I got increasingly annoyed, more tired, and more uncomfortable. Sleeping with a bad back in a car is already a chore. Add the constant interruptions, and I knew I was in for a long night. Eventually, the noise stopped altogether. I figured I'd finally scared it off for good. I tried to relax, close my eyes, let the swamp sounds roll back over me. The air was damp and still, and every now and then I'd hear a distant splash. Maybe an alligator slipping into the water somewhere out past the brush line. I must have started drifting again, but then I heard something that didn't fit. It wasn't the roof this time. It was quieter, closer. I opened my eyes slowly, not sure what had pulled me out of that half sleep. It took a second for my eyes to adjust in the darkness. The moon was out, and its light drifted through the trees in long, dim beams. Inside the car was darker, but I could still make out shapes. That's when I saw it. The raccoon, at least I assume it was the same one, was sitting in the front driver's seat, facing forward. Its body was small, but its silhouette was solid in the moonlight. Its head was turned over its shoulder, and it was staring at me from just over the backrest. Its eyes reflected the low light, little twin orbs that didn't blink. I didn't even have time to think. My whole body jolted, and I instinctively kicked my legs, scrambling to sit up. The raccoon freaked and bolted, clawing its way over the center console and out through the open driver's side window. I could hear its claws tapping on the door as it scrambled away into the darkness. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I sat there for a while, tried to slow my breathing. My adrenaline was way too high now to even think about sleep. I turned on my flashlight, did a quick check of the inside of the vehicle, and confirmed everything was still intact. I rolled the windows all the way up and zipped the mesh net across them, but I was too wired to stay inside. I grabbed my headlamp and went to the bathroom structure about 100 yards away, basic cement setup with metal doors and a single overhead light that buzzed quietly when it was on. I splashed water on my face and just stood there in the doorway for a while, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. I told myself it was just a raccoon, just a hungry animal that got curious. But it had gotten inside my car. It had been inches from my face, and I had no idea how long it was sitting there before I opened my eyes. Eventually, I made my way back to the vehicle. I didn't sleep. I stayed up, headlamp off, windows closed, sitting upright with my back against the door. I kept scanning the trees, listening for the smallest sound. I never saw it again that night. The next morning, I got out at first light. The air was cooler, and fog hung low across the brush like smoke. The forest around me was still, like it hadn't taken a breath yet. I walked a slow circle around the car, checking for any new damage or paw prints. The soft top roof had a few faint scratches, nothing serious. But when I circled toward the rear, something caught my attention. About 15 feet away, near the base of a gumbo tree, I saw something shiny lying in the dirt. I walked over and recognized it immediately. The plastic wrapper from the loaf of bread, torn wide open, completely empty. Crumbs scattered near the roots of the tree, and the plastic was crumpled like it had been dragged and gnawed on. The raccoon had come back. Not just come back, it had gotten inside the car again while I was at the bathroom. Opened the back well where the top folds into, dug around until it found the bread, and then slipped out undetected. 18 slices. Gone. All I could do was stare at the wrapper, then up at the surrounding trees. I'd left the windows half down, not thinking much of it. Now I couldn't believe how careless I'd been. That raccoon had gotten into the car twice, all because I underestimated how smart and persistent they can be. As the sun broke fully over the trees and the swamp began to stir again, I realized just how vulnerable I had been that night. It wasn't about the bread. It wasn't even really about the raccoon. It was the idea that in a place like that, in a moment of fatigue and false comfort, I let my guard down. Nature doesn't play by your rules. And in the Everglades, even a raccoon can remind you of that. I packed up shortly after, logged the wildlife sightings, filed a short note in my report about increased raccoon activity near Site 12. I didn't mention how it had stared at me from the front seat like it owned the car. I didn't say how I hadn't slept a minute afterward. That part stayed with me. I also couldn't stop thinking about what 126 grams of fiber from a whole loaf of double fiber bread must have done to that raccoon's insides. I imagined it racing off into the woods, only to regret every bite 20 minutes later. I guess in the end, we both learned something that night. Since then, I've never left windows open, even when I think I'm alone out there. And I've never brought double fiber bread on a trip again. Because in the Everglades, nothing is ever truly alone, and you're never as protected as you think. I work as a park ranger in a large, remote desert park out in the Southwest. I'm not a peace officer. I don't carry a gun. I'm not trained to chase criminals or fight fires or anything like that. My job is mostly visitor services, trail patrols, maintenance checks, and making sure that what little infrastructure we have out here doesn't fall apart in the heat or get swallowed up by the sand. This park isn't exactly a tourist hotspot. We get visitors during the cooler months, some hikers, campers, maybe a few overland folks passing through. But in the summer, it's a different story. The heat is unbearable. Temperatures regularly break 110 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade, and there is almost no shade. The wind carries sand like little blades, and it can sting just walking from your vehicle to a restroom. Most of the park shuts down. We do our patrols, checking on infrastructure, maybe flag hazards, but that's about it. You don't expect to see people in the summer. This story isn't something I experienced directly, but it's become a kind of quiet, permanent shadow in our little ranger station. Something that nobody brings up unless you ask. It happened before I started working there, but the rangers who were there that day still work with me. I've gotten bits and pieces from them over time, and the picture they painted was enough to settle into my head and never leave. You'd think stories fade after a while, but not this one. For what I've pieced together, it happened during one of those summer patrols a few years ago. One of our more remote campgrounds, one that sees maybe a dozen visitors a year, even during peak season, had to be checked. There was a maintenance concern, something about a busted water line or a leaking valve near the group campsite. Nothing major. Our maintenance ranger, a guy who'd been with the park for over 20 years, took one of the trucks and headed out there early in the morning. He always had an early start to beat the worst of the heat. The drive to that campground is long. You lose cell signal about an hour into it, and you don't get it back until you're nearly there. There are no nearby towns. The only signs of life are the buzzards overhead and the occasional footprint from an animal dumb enough to try and cross the open flats. The desert out there feels like it's swallow sound. No birds, no breeze, just that hot silence pressing in. When a maintenance ranger got there, everything seemed normal at first. He did his usual walk around, checked the bathrooms, the trash bins, the signs. But when he got to the far end of the campground, one of the last sights tucked up against a rock wall. He saw something strange. A car, or what was left of one. It was a burned-out sedan, blackened and melted to the ground. Every window blown out. The tires gone. The metal warped and peeling. He'd never seen it there before, and it definitely hadn't been there during the last patrol a few weeks prior. The smell hit him before he got close. Even the dry air, there was that unmistakable burnt chemical odor. Plastic oil, maybe flesh. Hard to say. He called it in. No cell signal, so he had to drive back up a ridgeline to get enough bars to reach the sheriff. Told them what he found and waited. It was already over 100 degrees by then. He sat in the truck with the AC running, but the heat still poured in like a living thing. When the sheriff finally arrived, they both approached the car. From the outside, it looked empty. Just charred interior and broken glass. But when they looked in through the driver's side, they saw it. A body, or part of one. It had no arms, no legs, just a blackened torso slumped forward in the seat. The head was still there, but the face was melted into an unrecognizable mass. No eyes, no lips, just bone and carbon. They stepped back, took photos, measured tire tracks, but none of it seemed to go anywhere. No ID, no plate on the vehicle, no sign of anyone else. The sheriff didn't spend much time debating. He called it suicide, had the body removed, and had the car towed the next morning. The file was closed by the end of the week. That was that, at least officially. But here's where things get strange. The other Rangers didn't buy it. Not completely. They didn't talk about it much of the time, but they all felt the same thing, that something about it didn't sit right. The body wasn't seated like someone who lit themselves on fire. It was hunched, yes, but the seat belt was buckled around it, and the arms were gone at the shoulder sockets, cleanly. Same with the legs. There was no fire damage in the area around the vehicle, not even much scorching on the ground beneath it. Just the car. Nothing around it caught. And it's not that easy to light a car on fire. Modern cars don't just explode like in movies. You need accelerants. But there were no gas cans, no burnt matches, no propane tanks, nothing. The sheriff chalked it up to high desert heat and said the gas tank probably ignited. But anyone who's worked with cars knows that doesn't just happen on its own. Another thing, the road to that campground was gated. Not locked, just closed with a metal arm and a posted sign during the off-season. You could drive around it if you were determined, but it would be hard. The sand is soft and deep in some spots, and you'd leave obvious tracks. But there were no tracks except the ones the maintenance ranger made coming in. So how did the car get there? After that patrol, none of the rangers wanted to go back to that campground alone. They didn't say it out loud, but it was understood. If something broke there, two people went. Always. One to do the work. One to keep watch. When I joined the park, I didn't hear about it right away. I spent my first summer doing the same as everyone else. Checking signage, inspecting trail markers, clearing trash, patching broken fencing. But eventually, the story came up. I think it was a quiet evening during the winter, when the sun dips early and the air finally feels clean again. One of the rangers, an older guy who'd been around longer than the rest, told me about the car. I thought he was joking at first. I waited for the punchline. It never came. That night, I stayed in the bunk room at the ranger station, tossing in the heat, even with the fan on high. I couldn't get the image out of my head. That melted car, the twisted shape inside, had slumped like it had given up a long time ago. I thought about how easily it had been erased from the system. No investigation, no follow-up, just another suicide in a place nobody really watches. The part that stuck with me wasn't the body. It was the silence around it. The way nobody talked about it unless you asked. The way even now, when we get radio calls from that side of the park, people hesitate. You can feel it. That unspoken pause before someone says, "I'll take it." A few months later, I had to go out there myself. Routine check. One of the vault toilets had a broken lock, and I needed to replace it before spring visitors came. I waited until late March when the days weren't so brutal and took a maintenance truck out with a fresh lock, new signage, and a full tank of gas. I told myself it was just another patrol, just a deadbolt and a wrench. Nothing more. I'd be in and out before noon. But the whole drive out, I felt it. That edge. The silence felt sharper, like the whole desert was holding its breath. Even the wind didn't seem to move. When I got to the campground, I did my usual walk around. Everything was the same. Empty picnic tables, fire rings full of old ash, a lizard darting across a rock and vanishing into a crack. Normal. Then I got to the site at the far end. There's nothing there now. The ground's been raked over. New gravel dumped. You'd never know anything happened. But I stood there longer than I needed to. I stared at the fire ring, the rocks, the spot where the car had been. And for a second, just a second, I thought I could smell it again. That burnt plastic. That sick-sweet tinge in the back of your throat. I didn't stick around. I finished the repair, locked the toilet, and drove back before the sun started to drop. I didn't stop. Didn't get out to stretch. Didn't even drink my water until I hit the ranger station. Back at the office, I checked the logbook. The suicide was listed just like they said. One line. Burned vehicle and remains found at South Basin Campground. Sheriff notified. Determined self-immolation. No ID recovered. No follow-up. No autopsy report. No photos. Case closed. Over the years, we've had a few other strange things out there. Nothing like that, though. A few drug runners caught by Border Patrol, some strange tire tracks in places there shouldn't be any, but nothing as lasting as that car. Sometimes when I'm out late and I see a shimmer in the heat haze, I think about that site. About that person, who they were, why they were out there, what happened before that fire started. The desert doesn't give up its secrets easily. It holds on to them, bakes them into the rocks, lets the wind scrub away the rest. But I don't think it was suicide. Not really. And I don't think I'm the only one who believes that. I still go out there, still do my job, but I don't linger anymore. And I never, ever camp in that part of the park. Not even during peak season. Some places in the desert are better left alone. In that one, whatever happened there, it still hasn't finished whatever business brought that car to rest in the sand. Maybe it never will. Maybe that's the point. You don't find answers out here. You just hope you never become one of the questions. I wasn't a park ranger back then. I hadn't even considered that line of work yet. I was just another guy who liked hiking and spending time in places where the sky was still big and clean and where your phone didn't work. The world made a little more sense to me up in the mountains. And that's probably why I spent that summer traveling across Europe with a pack, boots, and my best friend, Jason. It was August, and we'd been hiking in the Pyrenees, crossing from France into Andorra. We weren't on any official pilgrimage or trekking challenge. We just liked to move, to sweat, to get away from city noise. We'd been staying in refuges, those rough little stone lodges tucked up into the mountains, and planning our next moves with print maps and guesswork. Phones were for photos, not GPS. We liked it that way. One morning, after a night in a little refuge in Andorra, we decided to take a trail leading southwest. I don't even remember the name now. The weather was clear, our packs were light, and we had a good buzz going from breakfast coffee and mountain air. The path started well-marked, painted stones and wooden trail signs, but after a couple hours of hiking, things changed. The markings thinned out. The trail forked in places where the maps didn't. At one point, we passed a stone with faded markings that had been half swallowed by grass and moss. We paused for a moment, shrugged, and chose the path that looked more used. That was our mistake. By early afternoon, we realized we hadn't seen another person in hours. We hadn't passed any refuges either. The trees had grown thicker and the terrain a bit more rugged, dropping into long, steep slopes full of brush and scree. We've been hiking downhill steadily for a while, which should have been a red flag. If we were still in Andorra, the trails usually climbed back up or at least leveled out between valleys. Instead, we were descending. Jason finally said what I was thinking. We were lost. Not a little turn around or we'll figure out soon lost. We were fully off trail, no map, and no clue where we were heading. My legs were starting to ache. The water in our bottles was running low. And even though we weren't saying it out loud, I think both of us were getting nervous. It was around, then we spotted someone ahead of us on the trail. At first, I thought it was a solo hiker, maybe someone local. He was wearing light hiking clothes, black shorts, a gray t-shirt, and a red cap. He carried a coil of climbing rope slung over one shoulder, and two golden retrievers trotted beside him. We picked up our pace. A man with dogs meant civilization, couldn't be far. A man with climbing gear meant he knew the area. It took us maybe 10 minutes of fast hiking to close the distance. I was winded and Jason was sweating hard. The man walked quickly, effortlessly. The dogs weaved in and out of the trees and bounded through low brush, but never strayed far from him. They were calm, well-trained. Eventually, we caught up and walked together for a while. I remember feeling relieved, even optimistic. This guy seemed to know exactly where he was. His clothes were clean. His dogs looked like they'd been well-fed that morning. I remember thinking he didn't look tired. He wasn't carrying a big pack, just a climbing harness clipped to his belt and that rope. The trail twisted into forested switchbacks, and that's when the pace started to change. Jason and I were tiring. Every step was beginning to feel heavier, and my shoulders ached from my pack. But the guy didn't slow down. He kept moving steadily ahead, glancing over his shoulder once or twice, and then turning back to the trail. The dogs didn't even pant. At one bend, the trail curved right around a bluff. The man reached it maybe a minute before us and vanished around a bend. When we made it there, the trail opened up into a long, straight stretch of hard-packed dirt. You could see for a good 100 meters ahead. There was no one there. No man. No dogs. Nothing. At first, I thought we were just tired. Maybe he jogged ahead or taken a side trail. But there were no branches, no intersections, just a straight shot through thinning trees. We walked faster. Nothing. I stopped, looked, listened. Silence. The mountain silence is thick, heavier than you expect. It's not just the absence of sound. It's like the air holds its breath with you. I tried to listen for barks, footsteps, even twigs snapping. But the woods were dead quiet. Not even birds. That's when the feeling started. I wouldn't call it fear, not right away. More like a slow, crawling unease. Something was off. We were two experienced hikers. We've been in forests all over the world. But this felt different, like the forest had swallowed something, and we'd missed the moment it happened. Jason kept walking, faster now, glancing behind us every so often. I followed. We didn't talk. Didn't need to. We were both playing the same thoughts in our heads. Who was that man? Why had he vanished? Was he messing with us? Was he watching us now? We kept expecting something to happen. A voice from the woods. A bark. The man reappearing from some hidden path. But the trail stayed quiet. Empty. My shirt was soaked in sweat. I didn't feel tired anymore, just wired. Alert. Like prey. We pushed hard for another hour. The sun was beginning to dip, and that bothered me more than I wanted to admit. If we didn't find a town soon, we'd be sleeping in the woods. We had no tent, just thin blankets and a couple protein bars. My legs burned. My feet throbbed. But I didn't care. I just wanted out. Eventually, we saw rooftops, red tiles, a paved road, a town. We hiked into it just as the sun hit the mountains behind us. It wasn't big, maybe a few hundred people, a single cafe, a gas station, and some houses with peeling shutters. A sign near the entrance said we were in Spain. We'd crossed the border without even realizing. We sat at the edge of the town, near a water trough for animals, and just rested. Neither of us said anything for a long time. I think we were too tired to even unpack the weirdness. We made it to the next town over the following morning, hitchhiking with a farmer who barely spoke to us. We found a cheap hotel, showered, and slept for 10 hours straight. The next day, we tried to figure it out. We went over the timeline. We looked at the maps. We checked GPS on Jason's phone. None of it added up. The trail we'd followed wasn't listed. The direction we hiked didn't make sense. There were no climbing routes nearby. And worst of all, no locals had seen a man with dogs. There were no reports of a climber that matched the description. No missing person reports. No day hikers. No one. We thought about going back, about retracing our steps. But we didn't. I didn't want to. I told myself it didn't matter. That maybe he was just fast. That maybe there was a side trail we didn't see. That maybe I was just tired. But that wasn't it. Something about the way he vanished stayed with me. The silence after. The way the dogs didn't make a sound. The fact that he didn't sweat. The way he moved. Years later, when I became a park ranger, I thought back to that moment often. You'd be surprised how many hikers go missing in forests. People think they're alone in the woods. They aren't. There's always something listening, watching, waiting. I never saw that man again. But sometimes, when I'm walking a trail alone and the woods go quiet and the air feels just a little too still, I remember that day. I remember the red cap, the golden dogs, the empty trail, and I pick up my pace. I don't look behind me. I just walk, fast, and I don't stop until I'm out of the trees. I've worked for the state as a park ranger since 2008, mostly covering parts of central and eastern Pennsylvania. We manage forests, old hunting trails, back roads that barely qualify as roads anymore, and a handful of primitive campgrounds. It's not a glamorous job most of the time, and most people don't even realize we exist outside of the visitor centers. But we do, and sometimes we see things that don't have neat explanations. No ghosts, no demons, no tall tales. Just strange, human things that don't line up and never leave you. In 2016, I was overseeing a stretch of land in eastern PA that had recently reopened after a few years of being closed off for erosion control. It was a remote patch of forest, no official campsites, no plumbing, no services, just a muddy road and a few dry, grassy clearings where people could pitch tents if they wanted. The only sign that you were on state land was a small green marker hammered into a tree near the turnoff. If you weren't looking for it, you'd miss it. It was July. It had been raining off and on for weeks. The ground was soft and slick. Trees hung low and heavy with water. Fog rolled in thick every morning and stuck around longer than usual. I was supposed to patrol this area twice a day, once before noon and once before dusk. Check for campers, make sure no one got stuck or needed help, and mostly make sure people weren't trashing the place or starting fires they couldn't control. This story starts on a Friday. I came through just after 11 a.m. that morning. The first stretch of road was fine, a little muddy but passable. I noticed one other vehicle on my way in, an older green truck, parked at an angle in the trees just off the edge of the road. Hood was up. At first, I thought maybe it had broken down. I slowed to a crawl and leaned out my window. The driver, a woman maybe in her 40s, was sitting in the truck bed with her legs dangling off the side. She was just staring at me, not smiling, not waving, just watching. Something about it felt strange. People don't usually act that way when they need help. Normally they flag you down or at least give some kind of hopeful look. She didn't look scared or stranded. She looked like she was waiting, like I was supposed to stop, but she wasn't going to ask me to. The whole thing gave me a feeling I couldn't shake, so I just nodded, eased the truck forward, and kept driving. I logged her plate number and the time, just like we're trained to do. About a mile in, the trees started to thin, and the road split into a few makeshift paths people had carved out over the years. One led down into a small basin with a wide gravel patch and an old fire ring. This was where people usually camped. You could barely see the fire ring unless you knew where to look. I didn't see anyone right away, but as I walked around, I spotted a white sedan with out-of-state plates tucked in near the tree line. They were parked cleanly, no signs of panic or rush. Just a regular campsite setup. I made a note of the license number and took a few pictures of the site to show it was clean and not damaging anything. Nothing about it was unusual. That's why what came next stuck out so much. That evening, right around 6 p.m., I came back through for my second pass. It had rained again during the day, and the road was worse. Deep tire ruts, slick mud, hard to steer. As I rolled past the old green truck, I noticed it was gone. No sign it had ever been there. No oil spots, no muddy footprints, no ruts in the shoulder. Just vanished. When I reached the basin, I saw the white sedan was still there, but something new caught my eye. A silver SUV had pulled up closer to the fire ring. It looked like someone had just arrived, or maybe was looking for a dry spot to camp. It wasn't one of our official vehicles. I stepped out to check on them, but as I approached, the SUV started moving and drove off slowly. Not fast, but deliberate. The driver didn't wave or acknowledge me. They just stared straight ahead. I stood there for a while, watching the taillights disappear through the trees. That night, just after 9 p.m., I got a call from the ranger up north. He told me he'd heard some unusual chatter on the hunter forums about strange sounds in the woods. Said someone had posted that they'd heard what sounded like machinery, maybe logging equipment, running deep in the forest near my patrol range. No one's supposed to be doing any work there, It's protected land. No permits, no access. We agreed I'd check it out the next morning. But I didn't have to wait that long. At 3:12 a.m., I woke up to my radio hissing, loud static, no voice. It wasn't on any channel I recognized. Just a strange pulse of white noise, and then silence. I sat up in bed, trying to shake the sleep from my eyes. It was dead quiet outside. No rain, no crickets, just stillness. Then I heard it. It started as a low grinding sound, like metal on gravel. Then it revved up, like a high-pitched whirring that rose and fell in waves. It was hard to place the direction. It echoed strangely through the trees. My first thought was illegal ATV activity, or maybe someone using logging gear without permission. But it didn't sound like any chainsaw or four-wheeler I knew. I threw on my uniform, grabbed my flashlight, and headed toward my truck. My plan was to drive back out toward the basin. Whatever it was, I needed to find it before it scared off campers or damaged the land. The roads were worse now. Soft, deep mud swallowed my tires, and I had to take it slow. As I passed through the clearing near the basin, I saw the white sedan again. Still parked, but the tent was gone. Not flattened, not blown away, just gone. There were no tracks around it. No sign that it had been packed up or moved. I stepped out and scanned the area. The fire ring had fresh ash in it, and there were 2 folding chairs left behind. A blanket still draped over one. Then I saw it, off to the side, near the trees. A single beer can, crushed and muddy, resting near the extinguished fire. We don't allow alcohol at these primitive sites, but more than that, the site had been cleaned before. I'd taken pictures. There had been no trash, no beer cans, and the brand wasn't local. It was something I didn't recognize, foreign writing, something like Cyrillic or Eastern European script. I pocketed the can and stepped back to my truck. The air felt thick, not hot, just heavy, like something was pressing down from above. I turned the key and nothing happened. The truck didn't start. No lights, no sound, just silence. I checked the battery cables. All intact. I even looked at the fuel line, thinking maybe someone had tried to mess with the engine. Nothing. Everything was in place. Then the sound came again, closer this time. A loud grinding, followed by that strange revving, like a machine spooling up and then slowing down. I stood still and listened. It was coming from the road just beyond the clearing, maybe 100 feet away. I turned off my flashlight and crouched low, waiting. My instincts were screaming now, not from anything supernatural, just that primal feeling that someone or something was too close. That's when the SUV returned. It crept down the muddy road with its lights off. No headlights, no taillights, just coasting in the dark. I could barely make out the shape as it rolled past. It didn't stop, just passed through, slow and quiet. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. When dawn broke, I called it in. Another ranger was sent out with a tow vehicle and a fresh battery. We got my truck running again by mid-morning. I didn't mention the beer can or the missing tent right away. Just reported it as possible illegal camping and left it at that. But I couldn't stop thinking about the couple in the sedan. I never saw them again. There was no report of missing persons filed. No tow request. No sign they'd ever officially checked in, which they weren't required to, technically. Over the next week, I kept checking that site. I found more things that didn't belong. A set of shoe prints that led into the trees, but never came back out. A tarp folded neatly under a tree with pine needles swept away, like someone had been sleeping there. An empty matchbox left on a stump with a half-burned photo inside it. The image too damaged to make out anything clearly, except the faint outline of a parked vehicle. I never found any sign of struggle. No blood, no broken branches, no dragging trails. Just odd pieces that didn't add up. Eventually, the forest dried out. The campers stopped coming. The patrols got shorter. I moved on to another part of the state. But I never stopped thinking about that night. The sound that didn't make sense. The people who vanished without a trace. The beer can no one brought. I still have it, by the way. I kept it in a plastic bag, tucked away in a box in my garage. I tried to look up the brand once. Couldn't find it anywhere. Some nights, I wonder how close I really was to something going very, very wrong. And I wonder if the couple in the sedan, if they even made it out. I have no answers. Just a memory I can't shake. That's the thing about working out here. Most of the time, it's just nature. Trees, trails, animals, storms. But every now and then, you catch the edge of something else, not paranormal, not mythological, just deeply, dangerously human. And it's scarier than anything in a ghost story, because it's real. I used to be a ranger in a remote part of the Rockies, one of those large swaths of backcountry land where you might go a week without seeing another soul, even during the summer. It was the kind of place that felt untouched. Dense forest, steep slopes, quiet lakes. Peaceful to most people, but we rangers knew better. We knew how fast things could turn ugly if you let your guard down. The station I worked at wasn't much, just a two-room wooden cabin with a couple of cots, a backup generator, a propane fridge, a radio, and a stash of dried food, maps, and gear. Most nights, I spent there alone, unless we had a trainee or someone visiting from the regional office. But that night, Jim was with me, one of the only guys I ever worked with who had both a sense of humor and a real handle on the woods. He was a good ranger, and we'd been through a few rough nights together. We kept each other sane out there. It was late August, which meant summer was winding down, but we still had a decent flow of campers coming through. Most were the quiet type, solo hikers, older couples, the occasional family with kids. But every once in a while, we'd get a group that treated the park like a backyard keg party. That weekend, it was a group of college-age guys who had driven in from the city, rented a couple of the backcountry permits, and set up at one of the designated clearings near Pine Ridge, Site 12. I remember it was a Friday night when the complaint started. Around 9:30, a couple in Site 14 radioed in on the emergency channel, said there was loud shouting, music, and what sounded like fireworks going off. Pine Ridge was a good mile from any other camp, but sound traveled strange out there, especially when the wind rolled through the valley. I grabbed my flashlight and the small ATV, and Jim followed behind in the patrol jeep. By the time we got there, it looked like a music festival. They had string lights up between trees, red Solo cups scattered everywhere, a Bluetooth speaker blaring some god-awful EDM, and one guy was drunkenly trying to chop it with a machete. I won't name a school they were from, but you know the type, 6 or 7 shirtless guys with backwards caps, high-end gear that looked like it had never been used, and that smug, invincible attitude. The kind of guys who think wilderness is just a big Instagram backdrop. We told them to shut it down, told them there were quiet hours, and they were way over the line. I mentioned how sound travels. They said sure, yes sir, and acted polite enough. We drove off, but I had a feeling we'd be back. Sure enough, at around 12:40 a.m., the radio lit up again. This time, it wasn't another camper. It was from a weather station tower a few miles south. The technician on night shift said he was picking up weird, echoing bangs on his listening post. We headed back out. This time, we didn't play nice. Told them it was their last warning, that if we got another report, they'd lose their permit, we'd cite them, and escort them out of the park. I threw in an old ranger tale for good measure, something we sometimes used on campers who wouldn't take warnings seriously. I told them that the area was mountain lion country, and that big cats are drawn to loud noise at night. Told them we had ghost cats around here, ones that moved like wind. You'd never hear them coming. I warned them not to leave their tents after dark. I could tell a few of them laughed behind my back as we pulled away. That kind of thing used to piss me off. But that night, Jim and I got an idea. You see, back at the Interpretation Center, basically our tiny on-site museum for kids and tourists, we had an old mountain lion pelt mounted on a frame. It was from a cat that had been hit by a truck years ago. Taxidermy was crude, but the pelt was in good shape. It had glass eyes and still smelled faintly of leather and fur. We also had night vision goggles, brand new from last year's leftover budget. The kind that made you look like a frog, but worked like a dream. Not the military kind, but close enough. Jim and I figured if a stern warning didn't get through to those idiots, maybe a healthy scare would. We took the pelt, a bag of wooden stakes, the goggles, a portable PA speaker, and some plaster lion prints we'd used for animal tracking classes. Around 2:30 a.m., we made our way out. Camp was dead silent by then. No lights, no music. I guess they finally decided to go to sleep. We parked about 300 yards off trail, moved in slowly through the brush. I wore the goggles and scouted around while Jim stayed low with the PA system and started prepping the sound. I crept into their camp and saw 6 tents, all zipped up. Empty cups were still scattered around, and one fire pit was glowing faintly with embers. I started with the tracks. Used the print molds to stamp fake lion tracks in a wide loop around the tents. Even added some scratch marks on a nearby tree using a climbing axe. We worked fast and quiet. No noise except the wind in the trees. Then we rigged the pelt. I mounted it on a stick frame and angled it just right behind a fallen log, far enough from the tents to stay hidden unless you lit it up just right. From a distance, it looked real. The faint moonlight helped. The shadows played into it. I backed off and gave Jim the signal. That's when he started the sounds. He had a set of recorded mountain lion yowls loaded into the eerie, almost human-like screams. He started soft, distant, just enough to get under your skin. The first one came from the south. Then, another, slightly closer. A few seconds later, one from the east. The whole place was deathly quiet. But I heard one of the tents unzip just slightly. I moved back into the brush and turned on my flashlight, making sure the beam hit the lion pelt just right. The shadow it cast across the clearing was perfect, long, moving slightly with the wind. To someone half asleep and running on nerves, it would have looked like a real mountain lion creeping through camp. Jim shouted from the darkness, "Stay in your tents." Then, a few seconds later, "She's circling around us." Another pause. "There's another one." That's when the panic started. One tent collapsed from the inside, probably someone trying to stand up too fast. Another guy started shouting, but we couldn't make out what. Flashlights turned on inside the tents, casting flickering shadows. A couple of them started whimpering. One of them threw up near the fire pit. Then Jim shouted, "Let's get the fuck out of here," and cut the PA. I shut off the mag light. We moved fast, grabbed the frame and pelt, stuffed in the back of the Jeep, and tore off down the fire road. Back at the station, we parked out of sight and waited for sunrise. Neither of us said much. We just sat with coffee, watching the sky lighten behind the ridge. Around 8:30 a.m., I took the ATV back to Site 12. They were still there. Nobody had packed up. In fact, it looked like no one had slept. A couple of them were sitting in folding chairs, wide-eyed, pale. Another guy was pacing in slow circles around the tents, following the tracks I'd left. I parked just outside the clearing and walked in slow. One of them saw me and just shook his head like he was still trying to process what had happened. None of them said a word. I just did a quick head count, made sure no one was hurt, and told them they were in violation of their permit for repeated noise. Told them they were lucky to have made it through the night. Suggested they pack up and head out by noon. They didn't argue. By the time I came back later that day to check on the site, they were gone. Left behind a bunch of trash, a few broken tent poles, and the smell of beer and sweat. But they never came back. Jim and I never filed a full report on what we did. Didn't have to. We logged it as a noise incident and a wildlife sighting. It didn't break any laws, technically. No harm done, but the story stuck around. Over the next year or two, we noticed a strange trend. Fewer and fewer loud campers. Word had gotten out about the ghost cats of Pine Ridge, and we never had to use the lion pelt again. Sometimes when I think back on that night, I wonder if we went too far. Scaring people in the woods can be dangerous. One wrong move, and somebody might have run into the trees or gotten hurt in the panic. But deep down, I know we did what we had to do. Not just to protect the quiet of the park, but to remind people this place isn't a playground. It's wild. And if you treat it like a joke, the forest has a way of humbling you. That was the last season I worked as a ranger. I left the service the following spring. These days, I work in a quieter field, still outdoors, still in touch with the land. But every now and then, I think about that lion pelt in the back of the museum, and I smile. Your tax dollars at work. Well, my cousin invited me up to the Montana-Wyoming borderlands for a week to tag along on her hydrology runs. I said yes without even thinking. I just left my job a couple months back and was getting tired of city noise and apartment walls. I figured a few days out in the mountains, real wilderness, not the manicured kind, might clear out the cobwebs I didn't realize I had. My cousin, Danny, works for the Forest Service, bouncing between ranger stations and various field assignments. Her primary job is hydrology, mostly tracking and testing streams and snowmelt runoff for contaminants or erosion trends. She does it on horseback because the areas she surveys are far off-road, sometimes only reachable by game trails or footpaths that twist through miles of dense pine, granite, and brush. It sounded like a dream to me. She warned me it wouldn't be a walk in the park, but I didn't care. I grew up hiking and camping, so how hard could a few days in the saddle be? We spent the first day prepping at the ranger station she was posted at, a small compound about 30 minutes outside of Red Lodge, Montana. The place sat low in the foothills, surrounded by grassy fields and old corrals. We loaded up 2 horses with field gear, sample kits, test strips, pH meters, water bottles, and a wind-up radio/lantern combo. Then packed our sleeping bags, dehydrated meals, a compact stove, and a satellite phone in the saddlebags and bundles. I wore a second-hand canvas jacket, lightweight hiking pants, and my old boots from college. Danny loaned me a backup hat, told me not to be an idiot, and we rode out the next morning. It was like stepping out of the world and into a postcard. I've traveled a bit, but that part of the country has a kind of quiet that presses in on you. Not in a bad way, just complete. There are no cars, no voices, no planes overhead. Just hoofbeats, wind, and the occasional cry of hawks cutting through the pine. The air was sharp and clean. You could see for miles in some places. Ridgelines folded out into other ridgelines until they faded into the haze. Forests turned into open alpine meadows, which dropped into narrow valleys filled with old timber, mossy rocks, and streams so clear you could see individual grains of sand on the bottom. It was beautiful in a way that made you feel like an intruder. We made camp that first night near a high creek surrounded by lodgepole pines. There wasn't much talking, just a shared dinner, Danny doing her field notes, and me sitting back watching the stars come out. I slept like a rock in my bag, with the horses hobbled and snorting gently a few yards away. I remember thinking, this is how people are supposed to live. Outside, moving, quiet, useful. The next day started off the same. We broke camp early, rode for maybe 4 or 5 miles to the next stream site. Danny took water samples, recorded measurements in her logbook, and updated her location using GPS. I helped where I could, but mostly just followed her lead. She was comfortable out here in a way that reminded me I was just a guest. We ate a cold lunch on a granite outcrop looking over a valley that had no visible trails or signs of people. Around 1 in the afternoon, we packed up to move on. About an hour later, as we were moving along a narrow cut between 2 ridge lines, Danny pulled her horse to a stop and turned back to me. She pointed toward a break in the trees off to the right and nodded that way. Then she asked if I wanted to see something strange. Of course I said yes. I didn't ask questions. We left the main trail and veered off into a dip in the land. Less a ravine and more a long fold in the hills. The pine got denser as we went, but it wasn't difficult riding. Game paths crisscrossed the underbrush, and Danny clearly knew where she was going. We rode for maybe another 2 hours, slowly winding our way through a sloping patch of old-growth forest until we came to a small clearing that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. Fallen branches littered the floor. Ferns had pushed up through the dead needles. It felt forgotten in that way some places just do. We dismounted, tied up the horses, and she handed me the wind-up radio lantern and motioned for me to follow her along a narrow animal trail leading deeper into the woods. I had no idea what I was looking for. About 20 yards in, I saw it. A black wire, maybe 10 or 12 gauge. Nothing industrial, just something you'd find in a house or garage. Came straight up from the soil next to a mossy rock. It wasn't coiled, just rising clean from the dirt and then snaking off into the brush. It looked too clean, too black, to have been out in the elements very long. I knelt next to it and saw the insulation was intact. No cracking, no chew marks, nowhere. Like it had been placed there yesterday. I looked at Danny, but she just nodded at me to keep following it. So I did. The wire rose from the soil, looped over the branch of a low tree, dropped back down, hugged the forest floor around the base of a few boulders, then rose again to stretch across a gap between 2 trunks like someone had strung it carefully. It wasn't random. It wasn't tangled or haphazard like something left behind. It looked intentional. We walked for maybe another 5 minutes, my eyes on the path of the wire the whole time. And then we came to it. A desk. A single, freestanding school desk sitting dead in the middle of a flat patch of earth. Pine needles swept clear around it in maybe a 10-foot radius. It looked exactly like the ones from my childhood. Metal legs, dull faux-wood top, no drawer, no markings. But bolted to the right side of the desk, where you'd expect to see a pencil groove or a nameplate, was a mounted electrical outlet box. Like the kind you'd find in an unfinished basement. 2 sockets, plastic faceplate, screws slightly rusted. And plugged into it? Nothing. Yet. I looked around. No buildings. No clearing. No generators humming in the background. Nothing in the air, on the ground, or in the trees to explain where the power was coming from. Then Danny walked past me, took the radio from my hand, and without a word, pulled out the cord and plugged it into the outlet. The little screen lit up. Then the speaker popped and started to hum with static. My stomach dropped. It was getting power. Real, live power. From somewhere. The two of us stood there for a minute, listening to the quiet hiss of the static in the middle of that massive forest. It was one of the most unnatural sounds I've ever heard in nature. I can't really explain it, but it made my skin crawl. Eventually, she unplugged the radio, and we stood in silence. I wanted to laugh, to say something like, "What the hell is this?" But I didn't. There was something about it that didn't feel funny. It just felt wrong. We didn't stay long. Danny motioned for us to head back, and we retraced the wire, past the trees, over the rocks, until we were back at the clearing with the horses. I kept glancing back, half expecting to see someone standing where the desk was. But there was never anyone there. We rode back to our original path in complete silence. Not awkward silence, but the kind where your mind is moving too fast to talk. Danny didn't offer an explanation, and I didn't ask. I think both of us were chewing on the same thought. If there's power running through that wire, then someone had to be generating it. Somewhere, hidden out here, was a power source. And if there's power, there might be more. Equipment, surveillance, who knows what else. And yet, there had been no roads. No ATV tracks. No sign of machines. No solar panels. Just a desk with a working outlet in the middle of one of the most isolated patches of forest I've ever been in. We made camp early that night, near a different stream, and we didn't talk much after dinner. The stars were out again, and the air smelled like pine and smoke from our little cook stove. The horses were restless, not panicked, but shifting, fidgety, like they knew something didn't quite sit right. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I drifted off, I'd jolt awake thinking I heard something, footsteps maybe, or an engine idling far off. Probably my imagination. Probably. The next morning, Danny decided we'd cut the tour short. She said she'd already gotten enough samples for her reporting, and I didn't argue. We packed up and rode hard for most of the day, covering ground we'd originally planned to do in 2. By late afternoon, we were back near the ranger station, and I felt my shoulders relax in a way I hadn't realized they'd been tight. We never told anyone. Not the station manager. Not our co-workers. Not even our family. It wasn't because we thought they wouldn't believe us. It was more that we didn't know what to say. What were we supposed to report? Live outlet in woods, possibly connected to nothing, plays static? It's been months now, and I still think about it. I even searched for that section of forest on satellite maps, trying to spot clearings or paths or something that would explain it, but it's just trees and slope. I haven't found anything yet. Maybe someone buried a cable out there for experiments. Maybe it's a leftover installation from some long-dead government project. Maybe it's just some eccentric off-grid person doing their own thing. But none of those answers explain how well hidden it all was, or how the power source, whatever it is, remains silent, invisible, and completely isolated from everything around it. That's what sticks with me. It wasn't haunted. It wasn't magical. But it wasn't right either. And I'm not a park ranger, but I used to lead a scout-like group for kids, ages 8 to 10. We spent a lot of time outdoors, hiking, camping, teaching survival basics, stuff like that. A lot of our trips were in areas where rangers worked, so we ended up adopting a lot of the same wilderness safety habits they used. Over time, we got used to being out in the woods, and even when weird stuff happened, which it sometimes did, it was usually explainable. A noise in the dark was just a raccoon. A broken tree branch was just the wind. You learn to keep your head clear and not spook easy, especially when you're around kids who look to you for reassurance. But one night changed that for me. It still lives in the back of my head. Out of all the weird things I've seen in the woods, lights, shadows, half-decayed animal carcasses, even the occasional trashed-up illegal campsite, nothing ever got to me like this did. And I wasn't alone. What made it worse was that I was in charge. I was the adult, and something happened out there I still can't shake, even though I've gone over it in my mind hundreds of times. It was during a summer camp trip. We rotated locations each year, and that year we were at a new site, larger than most we'd stayed at before. A huge chunk of forest with hilly terrain, a couple of creeks, and long stretches of untouched woods. The problem was because the area was so big, we didn't have time to explore the entire site before the kids arrived. Normally, we made a point to scout the whole terrain ahead of time, marking off risky spots, old wells, cliffs, thickets, anything unsafe, but with how remote this site was and how short we were on prep time, we only covered maybe 60% of it. There were 6 adult leaders, including myself. We had over 20 kids that week. First day went fine. Typical setup. We pitched tents near a wide flat area about half a kilometer in from the road. Set up a small kitchen station, fire pit, activity tents. The whole setup looked great. The forest felt dense, but not claustrophobic. Good weather, not too humid, and no rain forecasted. Just enough of a breeze at night to keep the bugs manageable. That week's night game was scheduled for our 3rd evening. Night games were a tradition, basically a mix of tag, scavenger hunt, and trying to scare the kids a bit for fun. Nothing dangerous. Usually the kids had to follow a set trail marked with small glow sticks, complete tasks at each checkpoint. Stuff like answering trivia or finding objects. And all the while, adult leaders dressed as monsters would try to jump out and spook them. Just enough to get them excited and laughing. We never touched the kids, never left the planned trail, and always had someone watching to make sure nothing got out of hand. That year, we set the route deeper into the forest. A loop trail with checkpoints spaced every few hundred meters. I volunteered to be one of the scare leaders. I had a pretty simple costume, tattered hoodie with leaves glued on, some face paint, just enough to blend in and startle them. We split off before sunset to get in place. I brought my flashlight, a whistle, and my watch. We used short-range radios for check-ins, but they didn't always work perfectly in the hills. By the time the kids started, it was full dark. The kind of darkness you only get deep in the woods, far from any towns. No light pollution, just a few stars peeking through the trees. I moved into my position near one of the later checkpoints, an open patch of woods with scattered trees and hardly any undergrowth. Great visibility, which made it perfect for chasing after the kids as they passed through. But as I waited there, something started to feel off. At first, it was just that strange quiet. Anyone who spent real time in the woods knows that forests at night aren't silent. You hear insects, frogs, the rustle of small animals, the wind moving through leaves. But here it was dead quiet, like the air itself had gone still. Even the crickets had stopped. I chalked it up to nerves. It happens sometimes. You're alone, waiting in the dark, and your brain plays tricks. I crouched behind a thick pine and tried to stay focused. I could hear distant noises, some giggling, a scream, probably one of the kids getting spooked, then more running. Everything seemed to be going as planned. That's when I saw the shadow. It darted across the open stretch, maybe 20 meters away. Human-sized. Fussed. I only caught it in my peripheral vision. It was moving low like someone crouched, half running. I turned my flashlight on instinct, scanned the area, but saw nothing. No movement, no sound, just trees. Again, I told myself it was nothing. Probably one of the other leaders repositioning. Or maybe a deer. They can move strangely fast when you don't expect it. I turned my light back off so I wouldn't ruin the darkness for the kids heading through. I waited. Minutes passed, maybe 10. Then I saw the shadow again. This time it wasn't running. It was standing, still, right behind a tree, maybe 15 meters away. At first, I thought it was one of our guys again. Maybe they were in a better costume than I realized. But the shape wasn't right. Something was off. The outline was bulkier than any of our leaders. The head looked misshapen, almost bulbous. I raised my flashlight again, hesitating. If it was one of ours, I'd ruin the effect. But something didn't sit right. I flicked the light on. What I saw made my stomach drop. There was someone standing there, facing the tree, dressed in what looked like a torn burlap sack. Dark, rough fabric hanging in shreds around their shoulders. Their head was wrapped in what looked like white plastic bags, knotted together. Like grocery bags, but dirted, crumpled. No face visible. The body language was unnatural, slouched, stiff arms hanging low, fingers curled in strange angles. The legs were bare, crusted with dried mud. Barefoot, and they were banging their head against the tree. That was the knocking sound I'd been hearing. Slow, rhythmic, steady. Thump, thump, thump. I froze. My mind tried to make sense of it. Was it a homeless person? A prank? One of the other groups camping out here? Someone on drugs? Still trying to be rational, I called out, not yelling, just loud enough to get their attention. No response, just the steady thump of head against bark. I stepped forward, maybe 10 paces closer, keeping the flashlight on them. That's when they stopped. They turned their head slowly toward me. No sudden movement, just a slow rotation, like something mechanical. I still couldn't see a face, just the crumpled bags tied and dirt stained. Then they started walking toward me. Not fast, not running, just a steady, strange gait. Feet slapping the forest floor. I backed away. Something inside me screamed that this wasn't a joke, that this wasn't someone playing around. Every hair on my neck stood up. I turned and ran. I didn't shout, didn't look back. I ran straight toward the main trail, hoping not to trip. The trees blurred past. I could hear footsteps behind me, at first slow, then faster. I didn't dare look back. My breath came hard, my heart thudding in my chest. I passed a few of the kids and one leader. None of them seemed to notice anything wrong. I ran straight to the main camp, not stopping until I was back under the light of the lanterns. The others were there already, laughing, talking. No one looked out of breath or muddy. No one could have changed costumes that fast. Every adult I accounted for was clean and normal. I tried to stay calm. I asked who'd been out near the open stretch, describe what I saw. They looked at me like I was trying to scare them. Said it was a good try, but over the top. I didn't argue. Maybe I wanted to believe it was a prank too. Next morning, though, I couldn't let it go. What if someone was still out there? Maybe on something, maybe lost, maybe dangerous. So I asked another leader, Sam, to come with me. We geared up and hiked back to the same area. We found the tree easily. The bark had dark stains on it, and nearby, half covered in leaves, was a dead rabbit, skinned, nailed to the tree with a rusted spike through its chest. The body was bloated, already smelling. That changed everything. We went straight back and called the local authorities. 2 officers showed up a few hours later. They took a few notes, looked around half-heartedly, then shrugged. Said it was probably just a prank from local teens. Maybe a rival group pulling a sick joke. One of them even muttered something like, "Happens more than you'd think," before walking back to their truck. No questions about the person I saw. No follow-up. They didn't even take the rabbit down. Just told us to avoid the area and keep an eye out. The rest of the camp passed without incident. No one reported seeing anything else. The kids had fun, and we packed up and left 2 days later. But the image stuck with me. The plastic-wrapped head, the sound of skull hitting bark, the barefoot steps coming toward me. None of it ever sat right. I've thought about it more times than I can count. I've since read stories of people living feral in forests, old hermits, mental patients who slipped through the cracks. But that person didn't move like someone just lost or sick. They moved like someone who wanted to be seen, who wanted to scare. And they succeeded. I never told the kids, never filed a report, just buried it. But even now, when I hike alone and the woods go quiet all of a sudden, I remember the way that thing turned its head. I remember the smell of that rabbit. And I remember running, not from a ghost, not from a monster, but from a real human being who wanted to be out there in the dark, dressed like that, doing what they were. I was the lone recreation ranger assigned to a remote district in southern Idaho. The forest up there was thick, damp, and dark, even during the day. The guard station sat on a long, rutted gravel road, deep in the hills, with the closest town about an hour and a half away by car, if the weather held. There was no cell service, no radio, and power came from a janky old solar system that barely worked on a good day. No other rangers lived nearby. It was just me, living alone in an old log cabin at the edge of the tree line. At first, I was excited. I transferred in from the Southwest, Arizona, mostly, and was used to wide-open high desert and sunny ponderosa pine forests. The station in Idaho was a whole different world. Damp, mossy shadowed. The trees grew in thick around the roads. The canopies overhead thick enough to block out the sun for most of the day. The nights felt darker than pitch. The cabin itself was simple. A kitchen, small living space, bedroom, and a deck that wrapped around the front. There was a rocking chair out there, probably left by the last ranger. The first thing I noticed after moving in was how strange the forest felt. It was always quiet, like unnaturally quiet. No owls, no insects at night, just the wind moving low through the trees, and every now and then, that uneasy pressure in your chest like something was watching you. That pressure didn't go away. It just got stronger. The solar panels were already having issues when I arrived. I could get maybe 4 or 5 hours of power on a full sunny day. And that was if I didn't use too much. Most nights I sat in the dark with a flashlight or headlamp, drinking stale coffee and flipping through old maps. There were bats in the attic, probably a whole colony of them. I'd hear them scratching up there at night, fluttering and slamming against the walls. On top of that, something kept walking around the porch after sundown. Slow, heavy steps. Sometimes there'd be a scrape against the wood or the soft creak of the old rocking chair, shifting slightly. I told myself it was raccoons or maybe a badger, maybe even a curious beaver. The area was known for them. But after the first month, I started to lose sleep. Not just because of the noise, but because of the feeling. That constant, low-grade dread. I'd lie there in the dark, eyes wide open, sweating through my sleeping bag, even in the cold. My body wouldn't relax. My mind wouldn't shut off. Every little sound made me jolt awake, heart pounding. One night, around 2 a.m, I thought I heard someone dragging something across the deck. A slow, scraping sound like a heavy branch or a thick rope being pulled. I sat up and aimed my flashlight toward the door. There was nothing in the small circle of light. No shadows moving. But when I stepped outside the next morning, I saw long scratch marks along the bottom of the door. Deep ones. They hadn't been there the day before. I try not to think much of it. Told myself it could have been a badger with strong claws. Maybe something just passing through. I patched the marks with some epoxy and went on with my week. But every time I stepped outside, I could feel eyes on me. Not like paranoia either. I've worked in backcountry forests for years and have dealt with my share of nerves. This was different. This was like being tracked. I always carried bear spray when I hiked the trails or inspected campsites. And I had a .22 rifle in the cabin, though technically we weren't supposed to have firearms in government housing. But I'd done enough solo work to know better. That rifle went with me most places, even if it stayed in the truck. Tuesday nights were grocery night. It was routine. I'd make the long drive into town, stock up on dry goods and whatever fresh food I could store in the cooler, then head back up the mountain. On this particular Tuesday, something fell off before I even left town. It was like the whole sky had a green tint to it. You know those strange colored sunsets that feel wrong somehow? Like something's going to go bad? It was like that. The drive up felt longer than usual. I kept checking my mirrors, expecting to see headlights or eyes on the road. Of course, nothing was there. I pulled up to the cabin just after dusk. The forest was dead quiet. No wind, no movement. I parked the truck, headlights still on, and stepped out. As soon as I did, I felt that pressure again, but stronger, like it was right on top of me. I turned to grab a few bags from the bed of the truck when I caught movement near the tree line, maybe 50 feet from the porch. I froze. My heart jumped into my throat. That's when I saw the eyes. They were maybe 3.5 to 4 feet off the ground, wide apart, reflecting the truck's headlights with a dull green shine. They weren't blinking. They weren't moving either. just staring. I squinted, trying to make out the body behind them, but it was too dark. The shape was low, but large. Too tall for a coyote, too silent for a bear. I felt my stomach twist. I shouted, hoping the noise would scare it off. "Get the fuck out of here!" The eyes didn't move. They crouched lower. The body dropped down into a slow crawl, closer to the ground, but didn't back off. It inched forward, slow and smooth, like a predator tracking prey. I reached for the nearest thing, an arm-sized piece of firewood, and chucked it toward the eyes. The piece slammed into the ground, maybe a foot short. The creature flinched slightly, barely noticeable, and paused. Still didn't make a sound. I threw another, then another. 4 or 5 chunks of wood, all landing near it. Each time, the thing would shift slightly, but not retreat. It stayed low and started creeping forward again. I was wide open. No gun on me. No real cover except the truck. My keys were still in my hand, but I could barely get them into the lock. My hand was shaking so bad it felt like I was trying to thread a needle in a hurricane. Finally got the door open and slammed it shut behind me. Inside was pitch black. Solar power was out again. No lights, no heater, nothing. I scrambled to the closet, found a shotgun, and fumbled shells into the chamber with slick, sweaty hands. Back outside, I aimed the headlamp toward the tree line. The beam barely cut through the dark. The creature was gone from the spot it had been, but I could hear something moving through the brush just past the edge of the yard. Low, deliberate steps. I loaded a few more shells, kept the gun at my side, and threw more wood pieces until the noise faded. That night, I locked every window, dragged a heavy table in front of the door, and slept with the shotgun across my chest. Drank 4 warm IPAs to calm my nerves. Barely slept. In the morning, the trail crew came by. They were doing some clearing up by the creek and had parked their trucks near the compound. I told them about the eyes, about what I'd seen. They didn't laugh. One of them, a guy from Montana who'd worked for us for 20 years, checked the area around the porch. We found mountain lion tracks. Big ones. All around the cabin. Across the deck. On the steps. Near the rocking chair. Even some on the gravel driveway leading back into the woods. The tracks matched what I'd seen, about 3.5 feet at the shoulder. Definitely a full-grown adult. Maybe male, maybe female with cubs. Couldn't say for sure. We marked the tracks and reported the sighting to wildlife services, but there wasn't much to do unless it attacked. Mountain lions are protected, and unless they're threatening people directly, they don't get relocated. After that, I was always on alert. Never left the cabin at night without the shotgun slung across my back. That same week, I started noticing something else. The rocking chair would be moved when I wasn't looking. Not always a lot, just a few inches to the side. Sometimes it would be angled a different way. I'd hear it creaking softly in the middle of the night, like someone was gently pushing it. But when I went out to check, nothing. No tracks, no wind, just silence. That was the strangest part. Even with the ground always damp, always muddy, we stopped finding tracks after that one morning. But the sounds kept happening. Scraping on the deck, soft walking sounds, the chair shifting. Sometimes it felt like something was just out of reach of the porch light, watching, waiting. I've been stalked by mountain lions before. Twice, actually. Once in Utah, once in northern Arizona. Both times I saw the signs. I felt the hair on my neck rise. But it wasn't like this. Those times were instinctual. This was different. This felt like being studied. Like the lion, or whatever was out there, was waiting for something. By the end of the season, I was running on fumes. Barely sleeping. Always armed. Always alert. The forest never stopped feeling heavy. Like it was pressing down on me. The cabin felt like a trap, more than a shelter. When the seasonal term ended, I packed my things, left the cabin without a second glance, and drove all the way to Boise without stopping. I never went back. The agency offered me a return post the next summer. Same cabin, same district. I turned it down without hesitation. I've worked in forests across the country, from the dry canyons of Utah to the remote ridgelines in Montana. I've been caught in flash floods, stalked by bears, and snowed in for days. But nothing, not once, has ever made me feel the way that place did. The track stopped. The noises didn't. And that's what stays with me. Not what I saw, But what stayed after I couldn't see. I was stationed in Death Valley National Park a couple of summers ago. You think you know heat until you've lived a summer out there. The kind of heat that sucks every ounce of water from your body before you even know it's gone. The kind of dry that cracks your lips open like paper cuts and makes your eyeballs ache. You sweat, but it disappears before it even shows. And if you're dumb or unlucky, it'll kill you. Not metaphorically. It'll stop your heart, shut down your organs, and that's it. Just another body in the desert. I was assigned to oversee part of a construction project at the time. Road crews were pouring concrete and resurfacing a section of a remote access road that had eroded during the previous winter rains. This wasn't some scenic highway stretch. This was an isolated segment, deep in the interior of the park where tourists rarely wandered. The road had been closed off to the public for months. It's the kind of spot you only find on a maintenance map, not the brochure. We had a small team working overnight to pour the concrete because the daytime temps were just too brutal. Midnight pours, from sundown to just after sunrise, and sometimes longer. That week, things have fallen behind. Nothing ever goes as planned out here. Machines overheat, guys get dizzy or sick, and sometimes you have to stop work altogether if the wind kicks up. That night, we were supposed to finish at dawn, but we didn't wrap until almost 1 p.m. I've been up close to 24 hours, dead on my feet. My only goal was to get back to my trailer and collapse under an air conditioner that barely worked. I left the job site headed west, opposite the rest of the crew who were headed back toward the main maintenance compound. They all had to haul equipment out and check in. I didn't. I'd already put in my hours and some extra. I wanted peace and sleep. That's why I didn't see it myself. Well, I'm about to tell you didn't happen to me firsthand, but I knew everyone involved, and I saw it all play out right after. I trust the guy who told it to me more than most people I've met in my life. Name's Art. He's an archaeologist who consults for the Park Service. He's a little older than me, mid-50s, graying, one of those quiet, practical types who's always been more comfortable among rocks and dust than people. No drama, no exaggeration. Art's the guy you want around when things go sideways. So, Art stayed behind at the site to inspect some ground near the project area before they poured the next batch of concrete. Apparently, there was a layer of soil that might have been archaeologically significant. I don't know the details of his work, but I know he had his gear out and was taking some readings and pictures when the crew packed up. It was early afternoon when he left. The sun was almost directly overhead, and the air shimmered like it was on fire. 120 degrees, maybe more. Even with the truck's AC cranked all the way, it takes 20 minutes before you start feeling human again. I was just about to hit the stretch that rejoined the main road when he saw something strange out of the corner of his eye. A flash of silver deep in the brush, maybe 20 yards off the road. Most people wouldn't have noticed it. Most people would have kept driving. But Art thought it was one of those damned Mylar balloons. Those shiny party balloons that float off during some celebration and end up tangled in bushes or half buried in sand. People think it's cute to let them go. They don't think about where they land. So Art stopped. He pulled his truck over to the side, walked into the scrub, and headed toward the glimmer. But what he found wasn't a balloon. It was a man, a pale-skinned, sunburned man sitting under a fold-up reflective car windshield shade, the kind you prop inside your car window to keep the dash from melting. He'd rigged it up between two shrubs for a sliver of shade. He had a piece of rolling luggage beside him, the kind you see people tugging through airports. The man was wearing hiking boots, a floppy hat, and a soaked cotton shirt. And he was alone, in a restricted part of the park, with no obvious vehicle in sight. At first, Art thought maybe the guy had gotten separated from a group or taken a wrong turn. But there were no recent tracks on the dirt road. No tire prints. Nobody had driven down this route since the previous morning, which meant this guy had to have come in on foot. That alone was baffling. This was not a trail. This wasn't even near one. It was off limits, remote. You couldn't get here by accident. Art approached slowly, careful not to startle the guy. From a distance, the man looked calm. Too calm, actually. His hands were resting on his knees, and he stared straight ahead like he was waiting for something. The guy introduced himself. His name was Klaus. German accent, clear but not too thick. said he'd been dropped off the afternoon before by his wife and mother-in-law, who were headed to Vegas. They'd arranged for him to hike through the park, 20 to 30 miles, according to him, and meet back up a couple of days later. He'd been hiking all night and planned to rest during the day. That's why he was sitting there, waiting out the heat. Now, this part still gives me chills when I think about it. Claus looked like he believed everything he said was completely reasonable. He had a plan. He'd trained for it. In a sauna, apparently. He thought he was prepared for Death Valley because he'd spent hours sitting in high heat in a gym back in Germany. But saunas don't simulate real heat. Not like this. They don't pull the moisture from your lungs. They don't leave your skin covered in fine grit or sap every bit of energy from your muscles. They don't mimic the long hours of sun exposure, the lack of shade, the dry wind that sucks the sweat off your skin before it even forms. Art asked what Claus had brought with him. The answer chilled him. No food. Just 3 half-liter water bottles. That's less than 2 normal-sized bottles of water for a 30-mile hike in 120-degree weather. And worse, Claus had barely touched the water. He thought rationing it was smart. He thought discipline would get him through. But his body was already failing, and he didn't even know it. Art tried to explain it to him. This wasn't just discomfort. This was death territory. People die in Death Valley every year from heat stroke and dehydration. And those are people with experience, with supplies. And here was Claus, sitting on the edge of heat exhaustion, with no backup, no comms, and nobody scheduled to check on him until the next day. If his wife got delayed, or if her car broke down, or if she got the meeting point wrong, Claus would be a corpse before anyone knew he was missing. Eventually, Claus let Art convince him to get into the truck. It took a while. Art said he had to talk him down gently, like coaxing a wild animal out of trap. Delirium sets in gradually with heat stroke. You don't always notice it until it's deep inside you, twisting up your logic, making bad decisions feel smart. Once they got the AC blowing and Claus took a few real sips of water, his face changed, like the fog lifted for the first time in hours. His hands shook and he stopped talking, not out of fear, but from the slow realization of just how close he'd been to collapsing for good. That's how heat stroke works. You don't drop dead. You just fade, one bad choice at a time. They drove 20 miles to the nearest town. There's not much there, just a general store, a gas station, and a small ranger outpost. And here's where it gets even stranger. In the parking lot of the gas station were 2 women, frantically trying to flag down passing cars. His wife and her mother. They'd broken down on their way to Vegas and had been stuck there since the night before. No cell service, no working phone, no way to contact Claus. They had no idea where he was or if he was even still alive. If Art hadn't stopped when he did, Claus would have died in that bush. Maybe an hour later. Maybe 2. But he wouldn't have made it. Claus stepped out of the truck and saw them and just about collapsed again. He didn't cry. He just leaned against the bed of the truck and stared at the gravel. Like it was finally hitting him what almost happened. How fast everything had fallen apart. Art opened the tailgate and reminded him to grab his suitcase. That damn rolling suitcase he dragged across the desert like it was full of clothes or gear. Claus nodded, popped the latch, and opened it. It was full of water bottles. Dozens of them. Sealed. Unused. Untouched. The man had walked miles through the desert, hallucinating, dehydrating, rationing sips like they were liquid gold, while hauling a suitcase full of water. He didn't even remember what was in it. His brain had baked so badly in the heat that he forgot. That kind of heat doesn't just kill you, it scrambles who you are. Claus had made it. Barely. And only because someone happened to see a glint of silver in a bush. I saw Claus a couple hours later, sitting on the porch of the ranger office, drinking from one of those bottles. He didn't talk much. His skin was burnt red across the cheeks and arms, and his lips were split and swollen. His wife sat next to him in silence. Nobody said anything. There wasn't anything to say. We gave him fluids, a protein bar, and a cot to rest on. That night, we put him and his family in a borrowed park vehicle and drove them out to a larger town where they could get medical attention and sort out their car situation. I never saw him again, but I think about him often. That stretch of desert is still closed off. But every time I pass near it, I slow down and scan the brush for flashes of color or shape that doesn't belong. Sometimes I see old trash. Sometimes nothing. But I always remember Claus. and how close he came to being just another statistic. Another heat death in a place that takes lives every year. That silver glint saved his life. But it didn't have to come to that. Out here, you respect. I took a seasonal ranger position in the northern Idaho wilderness, up in the Payette National Forest. I had already worked 2 summers in Glacier and 1 in Olympic before that, so I knew the rhythm of the job well. Long hikes, solo patrols, backcountry maps, handwritten reports, always watching for signs of fire, erosion, poaching, or lost hikers. But Payette was a different beast altogether. It wasn't just rugged, it was isolated. Some parts of that land didn't see more than 5 hikers all season. There were valleys so deep and narrow they never got more than a sliver of sun, even in July. My post that summer was based out of a tiny ranger cabin near Rock Creek, a little-known trail system that branched off the more traveled heart of the mountains route. Most people skipped Rock Creek because the trail there was brutal. Unmaintained switchbacks, landslides, overgrown brush, deadfalls everywhere. The area had been hit hard by a windstorm a few years back and had never really recovered. The Forest Service was reluctant to put the money into fixing it up when nobody really used it. My job that week was simple. Hike the Rock Creek Trail, check the 4 remote backcountry campsites that were scattered along it, and verify if the trail still appeared on the ground where the old map said it should. I was supposed to GPS log any sections that were too damaged or overgrown and photograph points of interest. Then I'd report back and the district office would decide if they were going to reestablish the trail or officially decommission it. It was mostly just data gathering. I loaded up my pack with 6 days worth of supplies. Bare canister, 2 filters, small stove, spare socks, medical kit, everything. No cell signal out there, obviously, and the radios barely worked unless you were on a peak. I had my GPS tracker with the emergency SOS beacon, but even that wasn't guaranteed to get out if I was down in the canyon. That's how deep and remote Rock Creek was. Day 1 went smooth. The trailhead was empty. I parked my truck behind the closed gate, locked it, signed the trail register with my name, badge number, destination, and expected return. The weather was perfect, clear skies, maybe 68 degrees. The first 2 miles of the Rock Creek Trail weren't too bad. There were a few washouts and a lot of low branches, but you could see where the old trail was if you paid attention. At mile 3, the switchbacks began, and that's when things got harder. There were dozens of blowdowns. Some you had to crawl under, others you had to scramble over. It slowed me down, but I'd expected it. The first campsite, High Bluff, was about 5 miles in, perched up above a steep ravine. I got there around 4 p.m., sweaty and covered in sap and twigs. The site hadn't been used in a long time. The fire ring was full of pine needles, and small plants had started growing inside it. I took some photos, logged the GPS, and set up camp just before sunset. I ate cold instant rice and salmon from a pouch. I remember writing in my logbook, Astra's trail rough but passable. Bluff site stable. No signs of human activity in months. Asterisk. I turned early. The forest was dead quiet. So quiet was almost unnerving. I grew up in northern Minnesota. I'm used to silence in the woods. But this was different. No crickets. No owls. Just wind high up in the pines. That first night, I chalked it up to elevation or just timing. Sometimes everything lines up and it's just quiet. On the second day, the trail dropped steeply into the main Rock Creek drainage. This section was brutal. Rocks, fallen trees, thorny brush. It took me nearly 6 hours to go 3 miles. I kept losing the trail and had to bushwhack back to it. Around 1 p.m., I found a collapsed bridge that used to cross a narrow, fast-moving part of the creek. It looked like it had been taken out by snowmelt or maybe an avalanche. The water wasn't deep, but it was cold and fast and full of slick rocks. I took off my boots, crossed carefully, and nearly slipped halfway. Got my left foot soaked. The temperature dropped quickly after that, and I had to stop to warm up. That night, I camped at the second site, called Broken Bend. This one was deeper in the trees, lower elevation. It was eerie as hell. The trees were packed tight, old-growth firs, their bark covered in lichen. I found claw marks on one trunk, probably a black bear, maybe a week old. Still, it made me keep my bear spray close. I didn't start a fire. I was too tired. I just boiled water, had instant mashed potatoes, and crawled into my tent before the sun fully disappeared. That night, I couldn't sleep. The forest was silent again, but not in the peaceful way. It was oppressive, like a vacuum. You feel it in your ears after a while. My mind kept wandering to strange places. I kept thinking about how easy it would be to fall, to disappear in this place, and never be found. Around 3 a.m., I thought I heard something move through camp. Just a soft shuffling. I sat up, held my breath. Nothing. No snorting, no animal sounds. Just one or two crunches, then silence. Could have been a squirrel. Could have been a branch falling. But I stayed up until dawn. Day 3 was the longest. I covered nearly 10 miles, following the creek west where it curled around and rose back up toward the last 2 camps. The terrain got steeper again, with some sketchy ledge sections. I had to crawl at points. There were boulders along this section that looked like they'd tumbled down centuries ago. Moss-covered, jagged, stacked on each other in odd angles. Mid-afternoon, I found a third site, Split Rock. I nearly missed it. The trail there had been swallowed up by brush. I only found a camp because I saw the old metal food locker hidden behind a down log. This site gave me the creeps immediately. Something fell off. The trees were bent weirdly, like a microburst had come through and twisted them. The fire ring had what looked like bones in it, probably deer bones, but they were half-burned and still there. Nobody leaves bones in a fire ring. It was careless and messy. I logged it in the report, took photos, marked the GPS. Then I kept moving. I wanted to make it to the final site, gravel flat, before nightfall. I barely made it before dark. That camp was near the farthest edge of the drainage, tucked beside the creek where it widened out into a rocky floodplain. There were still signs of the old trail markers on trees, faded yellow blazes. By that point, I felt completely disconnected from everything. I hadn't seen another soul in 3 days. No tracks, no wrappers, no footprints, just trees, rocks, water, and that silence. It didn't let up, not even the distant hoot of an owl. The only sounds were the wind and the occasional snap of a twig. But even those seemed weirdly timed, always just far enough away to make me unsure. That night at Gravel Flat was the worst. I set up camp near the creek and didn't even eat. I was exhausted mentally and physically, but I couldn't relax. I kept thinking I was being watched. I didn't know why. No signs of humans. No real signs of predators either. But I couldn't shake the feeling. I got on my tent around 9. My boots were inside with me, bear spray within reach. I lay there with my eyes open in the dark, listening. Around midnight, I heard something again, this time closer. A few footsteps on the rocks outside. Not heavy, not rushing. Just a crunch, pause, then another. I thought maybe a deer, maybe even a person. But who the hell would be out here? Nobody else was registered for the trail. I hadn't seen tracks. No other trucks at the gate. It made no sense. I didn't move. Just lay there, breathing as shallow as I could. Whatever it was didn't approach the tent. After maybe 5 minutes, the steps stopped. I waited. Nothing. No sound. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours. I must have drifted off eventually because when I opened my eyes again, it was light out. The sun was up. Everything looked normal. Still silent. I got out of the tent and scanned the area. No tracks. No signs of animals. But about 30 feet from the tent, I noticed something odd. A small pile of rocks, maybe 6 or 7, stacked carefully on top of each other. I hadn't seen it the night before. I don't know if someone made it. Maybe it had been there and I just missed it. But it was too clean, too deliberate, not natural. I took a photo and marked it, but didn't stick around. I packed quickly, skipped breakfast, and headed back. The hike out took me 2 full days. I took a different route back, cut across the ridge, and followed the old logging road that paralleled the valley. It was rough going, but faster than retracing the whole trail. I didn't camp the 5th night. I hiked until almost 10 p.m., then just laid down under a tarp for a few hours and kept moving before dawn. When I reached the trailhead on day 6, my truck was untouched. I signed myself out of the register and drove straight to the ranger station. I filed a detailed report. I marked all the sites, all the trail damage, logged the locations of the burned bones and the stacked rocks. I didn't mention the footsteps or the silence or the sense of being watched. That kind of stuff doesn't go in reports. People think you're losing it. A week later, my supervisor called me into her office. She told me quietly that Rock Creek was going to be decommissioned, officially closed, trails removed from public maps. She said it was more trouble than it's worth. When I asked her directly if someone else had been out there or reported strange activity, she didn't answer. I've worked as a backcountry ranger for almost 12 years. That kind of job sounds more exciting than it usually is. Most days it's just hiking trails, checking permits, making sure campsites aren't trashed, patching up washed out trails, helping lost hikers. You spend a lot of time alone, and the silence out there, it grows on you. Or it doesn't. But you don't last long if it doesn't. I was stationed in a mid-sized national forest out west. I'm not going to name it. The story I'm about to tell you, it's not some ghost tale. It's real. I wish it wasn't. And it's the kind of thing that still messes with my head if I let myself think too long about it. It happened 3 summers ago, late July. That week had started off normal. A couple lightning strikes had kicked off some small fires in the northern end of the park, so the crew was spread a little thin. They shifted a few of us around to different zones. I got moved to cover a section I wasn't normally assigned to, near Mill Creek Basin. Mill Creek wasn't exactly popular. No lakes, no summits, no scenic overlooks. Just long stretches of thick lodgepole pine, steep ridges, some old fire roads, and a couple stream-fed meadows that got real buggy in summer. We kept it open for backcountry hikers and a few hunters in the fall. That day, I was tasked with doing a sweep through the basin, making sure the trail markers were visible, clearing any blowdowns, and checking in on 2 campsites, Canyon Bend and South Bluff. I parked at the old service gate, locked up my truck, and started out with a pack, a handsaw, radio, basic kit. Weather was clear. Forecast said low 80s. Trail was dry. I made it to Canyon Bend around noon. No one was there. Site was clean. Moved on. Around 2:30, I reached South Bluff. That one was occupied. A solo hiker, according to the log entry from the trailhead. Some guy named Lewis or Lucas, I think. Said he was staying 2 nights, then hiking south toward Painted Gulch. His tent was still up, gear all there, food hung properly. But no sign of him at the site. I figured he'd gone off to filter water at the creek, or just wandering a side trail. I jotted it down on my log, moved on. From there I had about 4 miles left on my loop. The last part cut across an old firebreak trail that we hadn't fully decommissioned yet. Overgrown, but still marked. That stretch was slow going, lots of deadfall, uneven footing bugs. I was moving steady, but not fast. About half a mile in, I came across something odd. There was a boot. Just one, right in the middle of the trail. It was a hiking boot, brown leather, well-worn but not old. Definitely not trash, and not the kind of thing that gets dropped by accident. Still laced. No scuff marks. It looked like someone had taken it off and just left it there. I stood there a while, looking around. Trail was quiet. Pines thick on both sides. No noise except the occasional bird and wind in the trees. I picked up the boot and carried it with me. Figured maybe that solo hiker from South Bluff had lost it somehow. It was a long shot, but I logged it and kept going. Then I found the sock, about 30 feet further up, sitting on top of a log. Clean, rolled up neatly, like someone took it off and placed it there. Now I was on alert. It's not uncommon for people to lose gear or even stash stuff along a trail. But a single boot, followed by a sock, laid out like that, no animal would do that. And most folks wouldn't either, not way out here. I kept moving. Another 50 feet, a second sock. This one half stuffed inside a tree hollow. Still clean. Same brand. Not tossed, placed. I called in on the radio. Nothing urgent. Just a note to base that I'd found some personal items along Trail 8B near the Mill Creek firebreak. They logged it. I didn't see anything else for another 10 minutes. Then I found the second boot. Upside down, under a small pile of pine needles like someone tried to cover it. Same make. Same size. Same wear pattern. Still laced. I stopped walking. Something was off. The way the items were placed, deliberate. It felt like someone had been undressing as they moved through the woods. But slowly and carefully. Not in panic. Not in a rush. And not from injury. No blood. No torn clothing. No drag marks. No signs of distress. I decided to get off trail a bit and start scanning around in wider loops. That's what we're trained to do. If you suspect a missing person or something odd, you start a basic search pattern. 10 yards out from last sign, then 20, then back to trail. Make your loops bigger each time. I marked a waypoint with a strip of bright tape and dropped a flag pin on my GPS. Then I started circling. On the third loop, maybe 30 yards off trail, I found a shirt. It was a moisture-wicking long sleeve, pale gray, lying flat on the ground like someone had laid it out to dry. Neatly folded sleeves. No dirt, no rips, not caught on anything. And right next to it, an energy bar wrapper, torn open. The bar itself was half eaten, still sitting on the wrapper like someone had taken a bite and just walked away. Now I was getting uneasy. I didn't like the pattern of it. I didn't like how clean everything was. No signs of struggle. No trail leading away. No footprints. No signs of wildlife. Just silence and heat in those scattered clothes. I radioed again. This time I marked it as a possible search concern. Still not emergency, but I gave GPS coords and told them I was doing a sweep and would report in again at 1900 hours. They acknowledged. I widened my search. Another 20 minutes passed. I found a pair of pants, folded over a branch like someone hung them out to dry. Belt still in the loops. Wallet inside, empty except for a folded paper napkin and a receipt from a gas station. No ID, no money, no cards. That's when I decided to call it in for real. I radioed base and told them I was initiating a field-level missing person protocol. Requested air support for a grid scan if possible, and asked them to check the solo hiker's permit data. They said they'd call it up. I sat down by the pants and wrote everything out of my log. Time, location, GPS pin, weather, items found. Took photos with my work phone. Bagged the clothing in my pack. Waited for response. It didn't come for 40 minutes. When they finally radioed back, their tone had changed. Lucas Grant, 34 years old. Solo permit. Entered July 17th. Destination, Painted Gulch via Mill Creek Basin. Permit valid through July 28th. That all matched. But then they said, we contacted his emergency contact, his sister. According to her, Lucas never made it out. He was supposed to check in 2 days ago. She's been calling the ranger office. It never got routed to us. Paperwork error. That made my stomach drop. They asked if I could remain on site and begin a formal search grid. Said a second ranger was en route to my location. ETA, 2 hours. Helicopter sweep being organized for morning. I agreed. I was alone now. Afternoon, fading into evening. Sun starting to drop behind the ridge. I left the trail and headed further into the basin. Terrain was sloped, dry, scattered with downed trees. Visibility wasn't great. I kept moving slow and methodical. I found a next sign near dusk. A cooking pot, empty, clean, sitting upright on a flat rock. Next to it, a camp stool, one of those foldable fabric ones. Set up, facing nothing. There was no tent, no sleeping bag, just those two items, arranged like someone had been sitting there quietly, doing nothing. That's when I felt it. Not a noise, not a shadow, just something in my chest, the sense that I was not alone. I turned in a slow circle, pines closing in all directions. Long shadows, the stillness thick like soup. I couldn't hear birds anymore. No squirrels, no bugs, just air. I stood still for a long time. Then I noticed something on the tree trunk nearest the stool. Scratches, about chest height. 4 of them, vertical, uneven, deep. Not from claws, from a knife. Someone had carved them hard and fast. The bark was stripped raw. I took a photo, marked GPS logged it, bagged the cooking pot. Then I decided to set up a temporary camp right there. It was nearly dark, and I didn't want to stumble around blind. I cleared a small area, pitched my bivvy, made a cold dinner, and waited for the other ranger to arrive. He never did. At 21:40, I radioed in again. No reply. At 22:10, again. Nothing. I wasn't panicked. Radios fail all the time in the backcountry. Terrain interference. Battery issues. Weather can knock it out too, even on clear nights. But I didn't sleep much. Every couple hours I'd wake up, heart pounding, ears open. The forest was too quiet. Not peaceful, dead, like the woods were holding their breath. At 4:30, I thought I heard crunching. Light, distant. Footsteps. I sat up, unzipped my bivvy, flashlight in hand. Nothing, but I didn't go back to sleep. At sunrise, I broke camp and started east toward a flat ridge with better visibility, hoping to raise base or flag the incoming helicopter. That's when I found the man. He was lying face down in a dry creek bed. Clothes gone, skin dirty, sunburned. His body was thin, too thin. Hair matted, fingernails long and broken. I worked for the National Park Service for over a decade. Most of it was what you'd expect: checking permits, talking to visitors, doing trail maintenance, monitoring wildlife, the occasional emergency response. I was stationed in a lot of places over the years, but the most remote was a vast stretch of backcountry in northern Idaho. Rugged terrain, thick pine forests, steep ridges, and not a lot of visitors compared to the more popular parks. That suited me fine. I preferred the quiet. This story happened in the summer of 2014. I was 37 then, in good shape, comfortable being out in the woods alone for days at a time. I'd been posted to a backcountry station near the Selway River. It was a small log cabin-style outpost about 2 days' hike from the nearest road. No cell service. No radio unless you hiked up to the ridgeline and got lucky with the signal. It had a wood stove, a cot, a creek nearby for water, and storage for supplies. Every couple weeks, a bush plane would drop off a resupply box at a clearing about a mile down the slope. Pretty standard. My job was to patrol a stretch of trail that ran about 30 miles between two old fire lookouts. There weren't many hikers out that way, maybe a couple groups a week. Mostly hunters, hardcore backpackers, or the occasional researcher. It was real wilderness. Wolves, moose, bears, mountain lions. I'd see more animal tracks than people out there. That's part of what I liked about it. Anyway, it was mid-July. We'd had a dry spell for weeks. Fires were starting to pop up around the region. My supervisor had me doing long patrols, checking on the fire lookouts and water sources. I'd left the station early one morning with a pack loaded up for 3 nights out. My plan was to loop north toward Bear Ridge, cut east past Hanging Tree Basin, then circle back south through an area known as the Swale. That last section, between the basin and the swale, was barely used anymore. The trail was overgrown and not on most public maps. I only went that way maybe once a year. The first 2 days were fine. Hot, dry, dusty. I didn't see another soul. A few old elk bones near Coldwater Creek. A collapsed tent someone must have left behind last season. Otherwise quiet. The trouble started on day 3. I made it to the edge of Hanging Tree Basin just after dawn. It's a big bowl-shaped depression surrounded by cliffs and steep forest. There's a clearing in the center about the size of a football field. Used to be an old homestead there in the 1930s, but all that's left is a stone chimney and some rusted tools buried in the weeds. Locals say the place is cursed, but I never put any stock in that stuff. Places get reputations for all kinds of reasons. I stopped for breakfast near the old chimney. While I was eating, I noticed something odd on the far side of the clearing. A trail I didn't recognize. It wasn't on any of my maps, not even the older topographic ones. It was narrow but clear, like it had been used recently. I figured maybe hunters had started using it as a shortcut, or maybe someone had flagged a new route for stock animals. I don't like surprises in the backcountry, so I decided to check it out. I finished eating, packed up, and walked across the clearing. Right away, the trail fell off. It wasn't just the fact that it was unmarked. It was how clean it looked. No deadfall, no branches across it, barely any underbrush. Like it had been groomed. I kept going for maybe half a mile. The forest here was thicker, darker, pine needles deadening my footsteps. Then I saw something that made me stop. A game camera. It was strapped to a tree about shoulder height, pointed straight down the trail. It looked new, no rust, no weather damage. Someone had put it there recently, maybe within the last month or 2. That alone wouldn't have been that weird. Researchers and hunters use them all the time, but it was where it was placed that made me uneasy. This wasn't an area where hunting was allowed, and if someone was doing a study, they should have registered it with the NPS. We had rules about that. I looked around and found another camera 20 yards farther, then another. 3 total, all evenly spaced, all pointed in the same direction, down the trail. Not the other way. like they were watching something come in, not out. That's when I noticed there were no animal tracks. None. No scat, no prints in the dust, not even scratch marks on the bark. Just human boot prints. One set, deep. Whoever made them was heavy or carrying a lot of weight. And they all pointed one way, into the woods. I should have turned around, but I didn't. I'm not sure why. Curiosity, maybe. Or maybe it was that uneasy gut feeling I get when something's not adding up. I've learned to trust that feeling. I kept going. About a mile in, I came to a second clearing. Smaller, maybe 60 feet across. The trail ended there. Just stopped. No fork, no lupi, no guidance. Dead end. In the center of the clearing was a tree. A big pine, dead and blackened from lightning, leaning hard to one side, but still upright. Beneath it, almost perfectly centered, was a pile of bones. At first I thought they were animal. Deer, maybe. But as I got closer, I realized they weren't. They were human. Or mostly human. At least a dozen skulls, sun-bleached and cracked, mixed in with other bones. Femurs, ribs, vertebrae. Some were broken. A few still had scraps of clothing clinging to them. No shoes. No bucks. The ground around the pile was flattened. Pressed down. Worn smooth. Not like it had been trampled, but like something had sat there. For a long time. There was no sign of fire. No sign of tools. No shovels or weapons. Just bones in a pile under that dead tree. I don't know how long I stood there. My brain was struggling to make sense of it. Part of me was trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe a historic burial site. Maybe remains someone had gathered and moved. But none of it added up. There were no markings. No signs of ceremony. No identification. Just a pile of bones in the middle of nowhere, off a trail that shouldn't exist, surrounded by cameras all watching the same direction. I turned around and walked fast. Not quite running, but close. I didn't stop until I was back at the original clearing near the stone chimney. I kept going past that, didn't even break for water, just kept hiking until I got up to the ridge where I could finally get a radio signal. I called in a code black, human remains found. I gave coordinates, described the scene, and was told to stay put. A chopper would be there in the morning with law enforcement. That night, I camped on the ridge. I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the cameras. Why were they pointed that way? Who set them up? And more importantly, where are they now? I hadn't seen any evidence of recent human presence except that one trail. No tents, no fire pits, no wrappers. Nothing. At first light, I heard the chopper. I met them in a clearing I flagged with my emergency tarp. 2 FBI agents, 2 park officers, and a forensics tech. I led them down to the site. They said almost nothing the whole hike. They spent hours there, took photos, bagged remains, flagged the trees with cameras. One of the agents asked me quietly if I'd touched anything. I said no. I asked if they had any idea what this was. He didn't answer. 2 days later, I got pulled off duty. They flew me back to HQ and debriefed me for 4 hours. Same questions over and over. How did I find the trail? Did I take anything? Did I remove any memory cards? Did I recognize any of the gear? I told them everything I saw in exact detail. They let me go, but told me not to talk about it. Said it was part of a larger investigation. I never got any answers. No one ever published a report. When I asked my supervisor a few weeks later, he just said it was handled by another agency and changed the subject. I filed an internal report anyway, but it vanished from the system. I checked a month later, and there was no record of it. That fall, I went back to that area. I shouldn't have, but I needed to know, needed to see for myself. The old trail, gone, grown over like it had never been there. No sign of cameras, no sign of the clearing. I hiked for hours, GPS in hand, and came up with nothing. Just trees and underbrush, like the forest had swallowed the whole place up. I left the service a year later. That wasn't the only reason, but it was the start. You spend your life out in the wilderness thinking you know it. You learn the land, the sounds, the tracks. You think you've got a handle on the wild. But every once in a while, you find something that doesn't make sense, something that doesn't fit. And when that happens, you start to question everything else. I still go hiking. I still love the forest. But I don't go off trail anymore. I don't follow unmarked paths. And when I see a game camera now, out in the middle of nowhere, I turn around. Because I know what I saw, and I know what I didn't see. And I don't think I was supposed to find that place. Not then. Not ever. I've worked as a park ranger for a while now. I started in my mid-20s, thinking I'd do a few seasons and then figure something else out. But I stuck with it. Some years I bounced around parks, some years I stayed put. You take the work where it comes. It's not a job that makes you rich, but it gives you space, solitude, and something a little deeper than money. I got a lot of stories, some funny, some sad, some I just keep to myself. But this one sticks. I've only told it once before, and I didn't even finish it that time. I'm going to write the whole thing here, maybe just to get out of my head. This happened about 7 years ago. I was working in a lesser-known wilderness area in the northwest part of the country. I'm not going to name it. Not because I'm trying to be dramatic, but because I still know people who work there, and I don't want the wrong kind of attention drawn to it. That season, I was mostly on trail patrol. That meant a lot of hiking, checking permit compliance, looking out for illegal campsites or campfires, making sure trail signs were up, and helping out backpackers when needed. It also meant solitude. Most of my assignments were solo trips, 4 to 6 days out at a time, carrying everything I needed in my pack, sleeping in the backcountry. One section of the park hardly got any foot traffic. It was steep, remote, and didn't really lead to anything most people care to see. There were no waterfalls, no lakes, no famous views. Just rugged switchbacks through dense forest and old burns. The trail hadn't officially been closed, but it was marked low priority on our maintenance list. In the spring briefing that year, they asked for volunteers to check the trail and log any deadfall or erosion. They needed someone to bushwhack through, see if the trail still existed, and record GPS points. Nobody jumped to take it, so I said I'd go. I figured it'd be a quiet assignment. I wasn't in the mood for answering dumb questions from tourists that week. I packed light but smart. Enough food for 5 days, my sleeping bag, bivy sack, topo maps, GPS, a small emergency radio, water filter, first aid kit, and my sidearm. I always carry one when I go deep in, just in case of bears or mountain lions. I've never had to use it, but it's there. I parked my rig at service gate and started the hike on a Monday morning. The air smelled like moss and coal dirt. Everything was damp from recent rain. The trail was barely visible within a mile, overgrown with salal and ferns, cut through by animal tracks. A few trees had fallen across it. Nothing unusual for early season. I kept a slow but steady pace, marking anything significant on my map. After about 8 miles, I set up camp just off a ridge. I could still see faint tread where the trail used to run. There was no sign anyone else had been through in months. It was quiet. Still, no wind, no birds, just the steady drip of water from the trees. That night, I lay in my bivvy, staring at the sky between the treetops. I didn't light a fire. I almost never do. Fires attract people, and I prefer to go unnoticed out there. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up suddenly. No dreams, no sounds, just awake. You know that feeling you get sometimes when your brain snaps to attention like it's been tapped on the shoulder? That's what it felt like. I didn't hear anything, but something in me was wired, alert. I lay there for maybe 10 minutes, just listening. Eventually, I chalked it up to being alone and went back to sleep. Day 2, I moved deeper in. The trail dropped steeply for about 4 miles, down into a wet valley filled with standing water and slick logs. It was hard going. My boots were soaked by mid-morning, and the air smelled like rotting leaves. I had to use my machete to cut through some of the thicker brush. I was starting to think this was a mistake. Late in the afternoon, I reached an old campsite that was marked on the oldest map we had. It wasn't anything special, just a flat section of ground near a dry creek bed. No fire ring, no signs of recent use. I took a break and walked a slow circle around the area, just looking. That's when I found the boot print. It was faint, almost gone, but it was there. Left foot, partially in mud. Bigger than my foot, wide toe box. Not a modern tread. Something heavy had pressed it down. Not brand new, but not from last season either. I crouched and looked closer. No others nearby, at least not that I could see. Just that one print. I made a note of it, but didn't think too much about it. Could have been a hunter or some survey crew months back. Still, it made me a little uneasy. That night, I camped near the same dry creek. I ate, wrote in my logbook, and laid back as the sun dropped below the trees. The quiet was heavier than usual, the kind that presses on your ears like you're underwater. I fell off, but I didn't know why. I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, hearing little things. A stick crack, a shuffle. But every time I looked around with my flashlight, I saw nothing. It wasn't animals. I know the sounds animals make. These were short, abrupt, and always just far enough away that I couldn't see anything. By sunrise, I was tired and anxious. I almost turned around right then. I should have, but the job wasn't done. The last 2 miles of the trail ran up the far slope and connected back to a fire road. My plan was to push through, reach the road by night 3, and hike out on day 4. The climb was rough. The old switchbacks were nearly erased by erosion. I had to scramble up some parts on all fours. About halfway up, I found something strange. It was a tree, a big one, maybe 80 feet tall, straight as an arrow. But something had cut deep, horizontal gashes into the trunk, high up, maybe 10 feet off the ground. 4 of them, each about a foot wide. They weren't from an animal. No bear or cat could do that with such clean edges. They looked purposeful. The wood was old and dark where it had been cut, but the cuts themselves weren't that old. Maybe a year? Maybe less. I stared at them for a while, trying to make sense of it. Who'd bring a saw or blade all the way out here just to cut into a random tree? And why so high up? You'd need a ladder or be really tall to reach that. There were no other markings nearby. No more boot prints, no signs of camping. Just that one tree. I didn't sleep that night either. Around midnight, I thought I saw a light. Just for a second. It was far uphill, flickering like a headlamp beam moving side to side. I turned off my own light and watched. Nothing. I stared into the dark for almost an hour. Then I heard a soft thump. Not close, but not far either. Just once. Then silence. My stomach was tight. I kept my pack close, sidearm on the ground next to me. I stayed zipped in the bivvy, eyes open until dawn. The next morning, I felt hung over even though I hadn't touched anything. I broke camp quickly and made the final push to the fire road. It was supposed to be about 2 miles. It took me 5 hours. The trail was gone in parts, just mossy rocks and steep brush. Every noise made me flinch. I kept expecting to see someone. I kept checking behind me, convinced I'd see movement. I didn't, but that didn't help. When I finally reached the road, I felt this huge weight lift off me. Not joy, just a deep animal relief. Like I'd escaped something I didn't fully understand. I hiked out along the road, radioed in when I hit the ranger cabin on the main trail. They asked if everything went okay. I said yes. I don't know why I lied. Maybe I didn't want to sound crazy. Maybe I didn't want to say it out loud yet. Back at HQ, I logged everything: trail conditions, deadfall, erosion points, old campsite data. I mentioned the boot print and the marked tree, but just in passing. I didn't mention the light or the noises or the feeling that I was being followed. 2 weeks later, another ranger named Jeff took a patrol through a neighboring zone, about 10 miles from where I'd been. When he came back, he asked me if I'd ever seen a tree that had deep gashes in it, like someone went at it with a blade or an axe. I asked how high up. He said about 10 feet. I told him I'd seen something like that. He nodded and didn't say much else. Neither did I. A month after that, a hiker got lost in that area. An experienced backpacker. He went off-trail looking for some old mining ruins and never came back. They found his pack a week later, leaning against a tree. Nothing inside was missing. No sign of struggle. No animal activity. Just gone. His phone was dead. His GPS had a trail plotted that ran straight into that no-go valley I'd camped in. The one with the print. The tree. The noises. The search lasted 10 days. Nothing. I didn't go back to that area again. I still don't know what happened. I don't have a neat answer for it. But I believe something, someone asterisk, was out there. Watching. Maybe living off-grid. Maybe worse. I've heard stories of squatters, hermits, even escaped convicts hiding in national forests for years without being found. I don't know. All I know is that I should have turned around when I saw that print. I should have listened to the feeling in my gut, because something was wrong in that valley. And I've never gone out on a solo patrol again without thinking about that one trip. Not because I'm scared of the woods, but because I finally learned the woods aren't empty. They never were. I used to work in the northern part of Colorado, mostly in the Roosevelt National Forest. Tower Ridge wasn't a place many people visited. You wouldn't find it on any glossy brochures, and unless you were really digging through topo maps or park trail maintenance, you probably never even heard of it. It's a mostly forgotten area, steep and rocky, with a long ridge that runs up to a set of granite formations that look like towers, hence the name. I've been a ranger for 8 years before I ever got assigned to that section, and even then, it was only because 2 guys in our unit called out back-to-back during a really busy July. I got a last-minute reassignment, loaded my pack, and drove the 45 miles up a winding dirt road to the edge of the ridge area. It was my job to hike in, do a backcountry sweep, just check for abandoned campsites, broken trail markers, maybe a lost hiker or 2, and be out in 3 days. I carried enough for 4, just in case. Tower Ridge was a 2-day hike to the top and back. The only real challenge was how isolated it was. There were no staffed ranger stations along the route, no cell signal, no backup, just me, my radio, and the wilderness. I wasn't nervous about that. I'd done tougher assignments before. I was used to being alone. I set out around 9 a.m. The sun was already hot, the sky totally clear. There was a dry heat in the air, that dusty kind you feel up in high elevation. The trail at first was mellow, wide open, pines on either side, birds chirping. I passed a couple old fire rings from campers that had followed outdated maps. Nothing recent. I made note of them to mark for cleanup later. The ridge started gaining elevation fast after the first 5 miles. I crossed a small creek that was down to a trickle, stepped over some fallen logs, and eventually entered a part of the trail where the trees grew tight. Less light came through. There were no birds. The air got cooler, which felt good at first, but I also started feeling off, not afraid, not in danger, just a strange tightness in my chest. Something I chalked up to the elevation gain and lack of wind. I made it 10 miles in that day and camped near a dry meadow with a rocky overhang. I set up my tent, hung my bear bag, cooked my food, and sat there with my journal, just doing my usual field notes. Everything looked normal on the surface, except that it was too quiet. I don't mean peaceful. I mean dead silent. No bugs, no rustling, no distant rustle of deer or small critters in the brush. Nothing. The longer I sat there, the more aware I became of how still everything was. And still air in the mountains is usually a sign of bad weather. But the skies were clean. No clouds. That night, I barely slept. I kept waking up every hour or so, thinking I heard something outside my tent. I'd unzip the flap, shine my light around, and see nothing. Once, around 3 a.m., I thought I saw movement about 20 yards from camp. A flash of shape between trees. But my light caught nothing. No eye shine. No sound. Nothing. I told myself it was my imagination. Tired nerves. But I knew how my body usually reacted to stress, and this wasn't it. This was different. My body wasn't reacting to the idea of a bear or a cougar. It was reacting to something else. I said, know what? I got moving early the next morning. My second day was supposed to take me to the top of Tower Ridge, where I'd eat lunch and begin the descent back. About 4 miles in, I found what looked like a very old game trail that veered off to the left of the main path. It wasn't marked on my map, but it was clear enough to follow. I figured maybe some old backcountry campers had used it. I decided to follow it for a bit just to see if it connected to anything. I marked my location with orange ribbon so I wouldn't get turned around. About half a mile in, I came across something that didn't belong. It was a lean-to, a small, half-rotten wooden shelter made of dead-fallen branches tucked against a slope. It had clearly been there for years. Vines were growing over one side. Inside was a filthy, mold-covered sleeping bag, an old propane burner, and a single hiking boot. Just one. There were rusted cans scattered around, and the bones of some small animal in a pile near the entrance. I checked for signs of recent use. None. No footprints. No fresh garbage. The structure itself was collapsing. I didn't go inside. Something about it made my skin crawl. I made note of it and kept going back to the main trail. I moved quicker after that. The final climb to the towers was tough. Loose rock, switchbacks, narrow edges with steep drop-offs. By the time I got to the top, The wind had picked up and the sun was dipping behind clouds that had come out of nowhere. I sat down for a quick meal, snapped a few photos, and looked down the opposite side of the ridge where the trail looped back around. That's when I saw it. Down near the tree line, way below me, maybe 300 feet, was a figure. A person, standing still, facing uphill. They weren't hiking. They weren't walking. Just standing there, hands at their sides. I thought maybe it was another ranger or a solo hiker. But there was no gear, no pack, no hat, just dark clothes and bare hands. I stared for a long time, waiting for them to move. They didn't. I blinked, looked again, gone. I scanned the tree line. Nothing. No sign of movement. No sound. I told myself I imagined it. Maybe I had. I'd barely slept. I was hungry, exposed on a ridge with weird pressure in my head from the weather. It was easy to brush off. I headed down. The descent took longer than expected. The switchbacks were washed out in parts, and I had to do some scrambling. It got dark fast under the tree cover. By the time I got to my intended campsite for the night, I was beat. It was a small flat area between two massive boulders. Good natural cover. I set up quickly, forced myself to eat, and laid down as the sky went black. The silence returned. That oppressive kind that isn't peaceful, it's unnatural. The kind where you can hear your own heartbeat in your ears. I woke up sometime after midnight to the faint sound of rocks shifting. Not big ones. Pebbles. Like something or someone was walking slowly through gravel. Then I heard what sounded like a low cough. Human, not an animal. I stayed frozen in my bag. Didn't make a sound. The noise didn't come closer. It just faded. The next morning, I packed up in under 10 minutes. No breakfast. No coffee. Just got the hell out of there. I moved fast down the trail, constantly looking behind me. I didn't feel right. The forest around me felt wrong. I know how that sounds, but that's how it was. It felt wrong. Like I'd stepped into a place that had been waiting a long time to be left alone. I made it back to the trailhead by late afternoon. My truck was right where I left it. I climbed in, locked the doors, and didn't stop driving until I was 2 towns away. I stayed in a motel that night. Didn't even check in with the station until the next morning. I filed my report. Left out some parts, like the person I thought I saw, or the noises outside my tent. I mentioned the lean-to. The shift supervisor said, "Yeah, there's some old squatter ruins up that way. You see anything else?" I said no. A few weeks later, I got a call from a different ranger who'd gone to clean up the lean-to. He told me there were old notebooks inside the sleeping bag stuffed sack. Water damaged, half molded, but still legible. Scribbles, drawings, dates that went back over a decade. Nothing outright crazy, just paranoid ramblings. Notes about being watched, about hiding, about others in the trees. They never found out who built it. There were no reports of missing persons matching any of the gear. No ID, nothing traceable. I didn't go back to Tower Ridge after that. I never requested that sector again. I stuck to the lower elevations, the more trafficked areas. Places with noise, with people, with radios that worked. It wasn't what I saw out there that got to me. It was what I didn't see. The lean-to had no fire ring, no latrine, no cleared area for food prep. Whoever stayed there never planned on leaving. But they were hiding. Either way, they didn't want to be found. And when I sat on that ridge, looking down at the tree line, I swear on everything that the person I saw, if it was a person, was waiting for me to notice them. They didn't wave, didn't move. They just watched. I don't know if they were real. I'll never know. But I know what it felt like to be out there alone and feel like you weren't. And that's enough for me. I worked as a seasonal park ranger for 7 years, mostly in the western part of the country. High desert, pine forests, jagged ridges. Most of my time was spent in Idaho and Utah, but in 2019, I took a contract in northern Nevada in a national monument area that doesn't get much foot traffic. Not a flashy place. We didn't have dramatic waterfalls or famous peaks. Mostly dry plateaus, canyons, and rock-strewn basins. But that's what drew me to it. Fewer people, more quiet, and a lot of space to just be. This story happened my second month on that job, in late September. The contract was ending in October, so I was trying to make the most of the time I'd left out there. I was posted in a field station near the southeastern edge of the monument. It was bare bones. We had solar panels for power, water storage tanks, propane, and a satellite radio if we really needed to call on something serious. Otherwise, we hiked in, hiked out, and handled business ourselves. I was assigned to inspect a section of the monument called Coal Drain. It was this long, dry, steep-walled canyon system with two old BLM-built trails that ran the length of it. Those trails hadn't been used much since the 1980s and were mostly forgotten. The top side of the trail butted up against this band of steep scree fields, just endless loose rock that made hiking pretty sketchy. The idea was to assess trail damage, photograph erosion, and identify any new rockfall hazards. We were also supposed to be on the lookout for illegal hunting blinds or ATV tracks. There had been some trespassing up there, and the agency wanted eyes on it before hunting season started in October. So I packed up my gear, signed out a rifle, and a GPS beacon from the station locker, standard when going into remote backcountry, and loaded 3 days' worth of food and water into my pack. My plan was to spend the first night at a small hunter's cabin near the base of the canyon, a leftover from when the area was private land decades ago, and then camp out under the stars the second night near the northern rim before heading back. I set out early. The hiking took about 8 hours of rough, steady climbing, mostly on game trails. I saw mule deer, a herd of elk in the distance, and even some bighorn up high. There was a chill in the air, and it smelled like juniper and dust. That first night went fine. The cabin was in better shape than I expected. Ratty old mattress, but the door shut tight and the chimney wasn't cracked. The next morning, I got up just after sunrise, made some oatmeal, and started the long climb up into the scree line. That's where this whole thing really began. The first hour wasn't bad. The trail had mostly faded out, but I could follow the contour lines and landmarks from the old topo map. I wasn't worried. I've navigated worse. But the terrain changed fast. The higher I got, the more fractured the rock became. One step forward, half a step back. Just loose chunks of shale and volcanic rock sliding underfoot. I had to use my hands to scramble up at points, trying not to break an ankle or send a cascade of rocks downslope. It was around noon when I came to a narrow shelf that overlooked the entire lower canyon. About 6 feet wide, flat, and protected on the inside by a vertical rock wall. I took off my pack, sat with my back against the stone, and drank some water. That's when I noticed something strange. Far below me, probably 1,200 feet, was a flat patch of earth near the canyon floor, tucked beside some cottonwoods. And there was something dark there. At first I thought it was a boulder or maybe a shadow, but it was too regular in shape. A square, maybe a tarp or a tent. I took out my binoculars and steadied them on my knee. It wasn't a tent. It was a pit, a square hole cut into the earth. And there was a mound beside it, like the dirt that had come out of it. Fresh, undisturbed. The weird part was that it wasn't near any trail, camp, or fire ring. Just a random hole in a spot that nobody should be visiting. I marked the location on my GPS and noted it for follow-up. I figured maybe someone was digging for artifacts. That wasn't unheard of out here, but it still fell off. I kept moving. The trail was almost non-existent now. I had to cross 2 more scree fields, and by 3 p.m., the wind had picked up. Loose gravel was blowing in sheets, stinging my arms and face. I tied a bandana over my mouth and pulled my hat low. My goal was to reach the northern plateau where I'd camp, but it was slow going. Somewhere around 4:30, I made it to a split in the ridge. It was like a fork where 2 small ravines joined together. I decided to follow the left arm because it was more gradual. That turned out to be a mistake. About half a mile up, the terrain gave out. There was no soil, just fractured rock in every direction. The wind was roaring through the cracks now, making this awful howling noise like something alive. I was picking my way across the slope when I heard a sharp crack behind me. I froze. Another crack, closer, then a shower of pebbles from above. I turned just in time to see a rock, maybe the size of a microwave, coming straight down the slope. It tumbled once, bounced, and slammed into the rock 10 feet from me, exploding into shards. One of the pieces hit my leg and I went down. My knee felt like it had been hit with a bat. I dragged myself behind a boulder and just sat there, heart thudding, trying to calm down. I wasn't seriously hurt, but I knew I'd bruised the hell out of my thigh and possibly pulled something. I dug out my first aid kit, wrapped it tight, and rested there for a while listening. Nothing else fell. No animals. No movement. But something was wrong. I could feel it in my gut. That rock fall wasn't natural. It had been aimed. I waited almost 40 minutes before I moved again. I decided I'd make it to the next flat spot and bivvy there for the night. I didn't want to backtrack across that slope again. I had maybe an hour of daylight left. The next part of the hike is a blur. I was limping badly, and the terrain was brutal. Just when I thought I was going to have to sleep sitting upright on a slant, I found a small ledge tucked under a sandstone overhang. I rolled out my mat, ate a cold granola bar, and set up a motion sensor alarm facing the slope. I always carried one, just a little infrared beam connected to a loud chirp box. I placed it pointing downhill, thinking of mountain lions. I slept in short bursts, waking every time the wind kicked up or a rock shifted nearby. Around 2 a.m., the alarm went off. My blood ran cold. I shut it off fast and just listened. Nothing. Not a single sound. No footsteps, no animals, no rocks. Just still air. I stayed awake the rest of the night, rifle across my chest, hand on the grip. By sunrise, I was stiff and sore and more angry than scared. I packed up and hobbled to the ridge. The climb out took 2 hours, but once I was up on flat ground again, I picked up my pace and started heading for the Western Access Road, a service route we rarely used. It would take longer to get back to the station, but I didn't want to go near that scree field again. I was about 4 miles from the trailhead when I saw the boot prints. They were fresh, crisp edges in the dust. I stopped and stared. There are no scheduled patrols out here, no permits for backcountry access, but someone had walked through recently, and they were going the same direction I had come from. They'd been following me. I started to panic a little. My mind jumped to poachers, illegal artifact diggers, drug runners. I didn't know, but someone had been up there and tried to stay out of sight. Someone had watched me from the rocks. The rest of that hike was a blur of nerves and sweat. I made it to the road, hiked another 6 miles, and flagged down a maintenance truck heading back to the main station. When I got inside, I didn't say much. Just told them I needed to report a hazard and filed my trail inspection log with the GPS coordinates marked. That night, I opened my laptop and loaded up the satellite images of the pit I'd seen from the ridge. I used the date slider to go back a few months. Nothing. Then, on an image from mid-August, I saw it. A small red pickup parked beside the cottonwoods, and 2 figures, blurry, near the future pit site. I reported it the next morning. The agency sent out a law enforcement ranger and a federal archaeologist. I wasn't allowed to go. Later, I learned that the site had been dug out carefully. They found no artifacts, but they did find animal remains. Multiple shallow holes with bones inside, dogs by the look of it. Burn marks, signs of restraint. The law enforcement report was vague, but I pulled a copy later under the table. They classified it as a potential animal cruelty site and linked it to similar scenes found in Utah and New Mexico over the past year. Nobody was ever arrested. No suspects. But I read between the lines. It wasn't about the dogs. It was about isolation, power, secrecy. Someone out there had been using the canyons for things they didn't want found. And when I wandered close, they tried to warn me off. Or worse, I left the monument a few weeks early. Took a job in Colorado after that. I still work as a ranger, but I don't go solo into scree fields anymore. I don't trust random holes in the desert. And I never sleep without that motion alarm again. I think about that slope a lot. How close I came to being just another pile of bones in a dry canyon. Never found. Just another. I've been a park ranger for a little over 17 years now. I started in my early 20s, right after I got out of college, and I've worked across 3 different parks, 2 state and 1 national. You get used to the routine. Quiet mornings, checking trails, answering dumb questions from tourists, keeping an eye on the weather, and sometimes hiking into the backcountry to check trail cameras or look into reports of downed trees or missing signage. Most days are peaceful. Most, but not all. I was working at a large national park out west. Can't say the name, but if you're into hiking, You've heard of it. Real high elevation in some places, huge swaths of forest, scattered lakes, and vast stretches of wilderness where cell signal is a fantasy and nobody goes without a satellite phone. This park had some of the most beautiful views I'd ever seen, but the terrain could be punishing. Sharp, rocky ridges, old forest with thick, tangled undergrowth, deep canyons that would swallow you up if you didn't watch your footing. We had several ranger stations scattered across the park. I was based out of a small outpost on the western edge, about a 2-hour drive from the main visitor center. We handled a lot of the backcountry hiking trails that weren't marked on the official tourist maps. These were for serious hikers, people who'd been doing this for years and came prepared. Or at least, most of them did. We still had to rescue someone about every month. This story happened in late September. That time of year is tricky. The trees are burning gold and red, the air gets crisp, and everything feels peaceful. But the nights get cold fast. Weather can flip in a matter of hours. Tourists think it's still summer, but it's not. Not really. I was doing my usual weekly rotation. 3 days on, 2 off. I'd spend those 3 days staying at the outpost, checking trails, updating our records, restocking the fire tower. On the 3rd day, I'd hike out and hand off to the next ranger. We had a rotation system, so someone was always nearby, just in case. The week started normal enough. I drove in early morning, stopped by the main office to check in, grab supplies, and made the drive out to the outpost. Weather was calm. No recent reports of missing persons or wildlife issues. We had gotten some warnings about rock slides in the far eastern range, but that was outside my zone. My area was mostly forest and hills. No cliffs. The first day passed in a blur. I checked the trail markers along Big Elk Loop, logged a few minor notes about erosion near a stream crossing, then went back to the outpost and made dinner. Just in soup and bread. The little stove in that cabin wasn't made for much more. That night, I remember waking up once, maybe around 2 or 3 in the morning. Something had banged against the side of the cabin. Just once. Loud enough to wake me, but not so loud that I thought anything was seriously wrong. Could have been a tree branch. Wind. An animal bumping into it. You learn not to overthink things in the woods. If you jump at every noise, you'll go crazy. Next morning, I got up early and checked the perimeter. Nothing looked off. No claw marks. No broken glass. No sign of anything. I brushed it off. Went on with my routine. Hiked down to a side trail that wasn't officially open yet. It had been damaged by flooding earlier in the summer, but we'd finally gotten the green light to open it back up. I needed to make sure it was safe. It's called Weller's Draw, a narrow path, about 5 miles long, that snakes through an old growth section of the forest. Barely any light gets through the tree canopy. The whole place smells like pine and rotten earth. I've always liked it, but even I admit it has a kind of heaviness to it. I hiked in with my radio, GPS, and a sidearm, standard issue. Around the 3-mile mark, I started noticing something odd. The trees seemed off. I know that sounds vague, but that's all I can say. They weren't broken or damaged, but their bark had this strange texture, almost like something had scraped at it. Not animal scratches, not the kind of thin, sharp lines you get from claws. These were broader, uneven gouges. Not deep enough to kill the trees, just enough to make them look wrong. I stopped and looked around. The air felt still. Too still. Normally you'd hear birds, bugs, maybe a distant rustle of something moving through underbrush. But there was nothing, just the wind through the trees. Even I was faint. At the 4-mile mark, I reached a clearing where we used to have a rest bench years ago. It had been removed after someone vandalized it and carved slurs into the wood. But the spot was still there, flattened ground, good sight lines, and natural place to stop. I noticed something else there. A campfire ring. Not one of ours. This one was crude. Stacked stones, half-burned logs, and what looked like a burned tin can in the ashes. Fresh, too. Still warm. That's what made me pause. We didn't have any campers registered in this zone. It was still listed as restricted. The only way someone would be out here is if they ignored signage or never saw it. I logged the coordinates, took a few pictures, and kept moving. I didn't want to linger. The trail loops back on itself and meets the main trail again near the 2-mile post. When I got back to the cabin, I sent a report to HQ. Logged everything. I didn't mention the trees, just the campfire. That night, the same thing happened again. I woke up around 2, like before. Another bang on the cabin wall. Same spot, same sound. It made my stomach twist this time. I got out of bed, grabbed my flashlight, and stepped outside. It was cold, dead quiet. I swept the light around the clearing outside the cabin. Nothing, just the trees and the fog creeping in around the edges. I walked the full perimeter. Still nothing. But when I got back to the front steps, I saw something that made my skin go cold. There were boot prints in the dirt. Not mine. Not my tread pattern. These were bigger, heavier, and they circled the cabin. Once, then again, and again. 3 full loops around the building. I stood there for a long time, just staring. I didn't know what to do. The prints led off into the woods, down the path toward Weller's Draw. I thought about following them. I thought about calling it in, but I didn't. I went back inside, locked the door, and stayed awake the rest of the night. The next morning, I hiked out early. I wasn't scheduled to leave until that evening, but I cut it short. I logged it as a possible poacher. We'd had some before, though never this close to the station. I left it vague on the report. A week later, I was back for another rotation. Things were normal for the first day. Then, I got a message from dispatch saying that 2 hikers had gone missing near Weller's Draw. 2 men in their early 30s. Friends. One of them was an experienced hiker. The other wasn't. They had taken a wrong turn, apparently. They left the main trail and were supposed to circle back. They didn't. Search and rescue was already underway. I was asked to assist. We started the next morning. 4 rangers, 2 dogs, and a helicopter. The dogs picked up a trail near the start of Weller's Draw, but it vanished about 3 miles in. Same area where I'd seen the trees. We fanned out. I was paired with another ranger named Eric. Good guy. Quiet. We moved slow, checking every bend, every thicket. At some point, we split up, just briefly. He took a low route toward a dried creek bed. I went higher, climbing over some rocks to check a ridgeline. That's when I found it. A jacket. Torn. Caught on a branch. I recognized it from the photo. I radioed it in. We marked the spot. Dogs were brought in again. Within an hour, we found the first body. He was at the bottom of a ravine. Looked like he fell. Neck snapped. Eyes open. Face twisted in pain. His pack was gone. A day later, we found the second. He was half buried in leaves, a mile further into the woods. Not fallen. Not drowned. Killed. Blunt force trauma to the back of the head. No weapon found. No suspect. The story made local news. Foul play suspected. Investigation opened. FBI got involved. Nothing came of it. No arrests. No solid leads. Weeks passed. Things quieted down. We were told not to speculate, not to talk to press. Then something strange happened. They shut down Weller's Draw. Permanently. Not just closed for the season, removed from maps. Signage taken down. Trail markers pulled. It was as if it never existed. When I asked why, I was told it was a safety concern. That was all. That was 5 years ago. Nobody brings it up anymore. Not officially. Not in meetings. Not even over beers. It's like an unspoken rule. You don't ask. You don't go there. You don't talk about Weller's Draw. But I still think about it. About the trees. The boot prints. The noise at night. The way those men died. And the thing that haunts me most. When I walked that trail for the last time, right before they shut it down, I found something else. Not far from that old campfire ring. A hand-carved wooden figure. Roughly shaped. About 6 inches tall. It looked like a man. And it was stuck to a tree with a rusty nail. Through the chest. I didn't report it. I just left it there. And I've never gone back. I've worked as a backcountry ranger for close to 13 years. Most of my time has been in the Midwest and Northeast, but the job's the same no matter where you go. Check trail conditions, monitor wildlife, look out for hikers, and make sure people aren't breaking rules or getting in over their heads. The part people don't think about. What really wears you down is being alone, sometimes for days. Back in 2017, I was working in a mid-sized forest preserve up north, somewhere between Michigan and Wisconsin, near the border. We called it Kettle Lakes Forest. It wasn't a national park, but it covered close to 70,000 acres. Thick pine and oak woods, old glacial valleys, scattered lakes. It had a few main trails and a bunch of older, less used ones from logging days. not a place with a ton of foot traffic. The ones who came out that far were usually hunters, backpackers, or stubborn locals who knew the land like the back of their hand. That summer, I was assigned to patrol a trail system near the north end of the forest. It wasn't exactly popular, but people used it. The main route was called Ledge Loop, a 12-mile circle that cut through some heavy woods and wrapped around a series of rocky ridges and steep drop-offs. Partway through, if you turned off on a side trail, you'd hit a section we called the quarry cut. That part had been a working sandstone quarry in the early 1900s. Now it was just a narrow trail winding through cracked rock faces, overgrown paths, and broken stone ruins. Nobody was working it anymore, obviously, but there were collapsed buildings, rusted equipment, and even some leftover rail lines buried under weeds and moss. Creepy if you were out there alone, sure, but nothing out of the ordinary for old forest land. The trail was technically still open, though nobody really maintained it anymore. The last time it had been cleared properly was probably 5 or 6 years earlier. Still, I was supposed to hike it a couple times that summer, just to check for blowdowns, signs of animals, or any damage that needed to be reported. I planned to head out solo one Friday morning. Weather was calm, maybe high 60s with a breeze from the west. It had rained a little earlier that week, but the ground was mostly dry. I signed out from the ranger station around 8 a.m., packed light, standard radio, GPS unit, first aid, water, MREs, and my fixed blade knife. Didn't bother with a tent since I wasn't staying overnight, just a poncho in case the weather turned. The first few miles of the ledge loop were fine. A couple muddy spots and one fresh tree fall, but nothing crazy. I marked it in my notebook and kept moving. Saw a few deer, a pile of coyote scat, and what looked like some pretty old bear prints in the softer ground. Nothing unusual. It was around mile 6 or 7 when I reached the cutoff to the quarry cut trail. The signpost was barely standing, weathered wood with faded paint, but I knew the route. I'd hiked it once before 2 years earlier, but I didn't make it all the way through. That time, I turned back because of a storm warning. This time, I pushed on. Right away, the difference in trail condition was obvious. The ground was uneven, with roots crisscrossing like veins, and the underbrush was thicker than I remembered. I had to use my machete just to get through some of the narrow spots. Trees leaned in from both sides, branches low and heavy, almost like a tunnel in some parts. It was quiet, really quiet. I remember pausing to listen and realizing I couldn't hear a single bird. About a mile into the quarry cut, I hit the first signs of the old quarry. Piles of broken sandstone, moss-covered tool frames, and a collapsed wooden structure that might have been a storehouse back in the day. Some of the stone blocks were massive, half buried and half split, like cracked teeth. That's when I smelled something. It hit me quick. Not rot, not a dead animal, but something sour, like iron and sweat. Metallic, almost like blood, but not quite. I stopped and looked around. Didn't see anything, but I marked the spot on my GPS and made a note. Could have been an old animal carcass nearby. Still, the air felt heavier. Another mile in, I came across the ruins of a loading area. A half-dozen rusted rail carts were scattered along what was left of a narrow-gauge track. The rails were barely visible under moss and dirt. Trees had started growing right through the carts in some spots. I started feeling weird then. Not scared exactly, just alert, like I was being watched. I chalked it up to being alone in a creepy place. Happens sometimes when you're deep in the woods. But I kept looking over my shoulder. Then I found a jacket. It was lying on a flat rock near the trail. Old, sun-bleached, torn at the sleeves. Looked like a work jacket. Tan canvas, like the kind construction crews wear. But it wasn't old enough to be from the quarry days. It had a modern tag on the inside. I picked it up. The fabric was damp, and the cuffs were stiff like they dried with blood. There were no ID tags or anything inside. I looked around again. Still no sign of anyone. No footprints. No gear. Just a jacket. I reported the find over radio. Got static. Happened sometimes. Signal out, there wasn't great. I tried again, nothing. I logged the GPS location and decided I'd head back soon. I didn't want to get stuck too deep with a storm possibly rolling in. My plan was to go just a little farther, maybe up to the far end of the quarry trail where the stone elevator ruins were, then turn around and head back. About a half mile later, I started hearing metal. Not loud, Not banging or crashing, just this faint clinking sound, like chains or loose bolts tapping together. It wasn't rhythmic. It would come and go, sometimes close, sometimes far off. I stopped multiple times, thinking maybe it was an animal brushing something. But the sound was too clean for that, too precise. I scanned the trees, waited, listened. Nothing. I pressed on. That's when I noticed the ground changing. The trail dropped into a small ravine, and the dirt gave way to crushed stone. Probably the leftovers from quarry blasts decades ago. The rocks were loose and sharp, and walking on them made a crunching sound that echoed off the quarry walls. It wasn't a long stretch, maybe 200 yards, but it was tight and steep on both sides. Perfect spot for runoff, which made it even harder to hike through. And there, about halfway in, I saw the footprints. They weren't mine. They were two large footprints. Deep ones. Fresh. Edges still crisp. Someone had come through, maybe less than an hour earlier. And they weren't heading the same direction as me. They were leading toward the ravine, then disappeared off into the rocks near the edge of the cliff wall. I followed them to where they stopped. The cliff wasn't high, maybe 15 feet, but it was steep and crumbled at the bottom into more broken stone and shrubs. I looked for any sign of a drop, like someone had gone down, but found nothing. No slide marks, no disturbed brush, no drag lines. Just boot prints that started and then stopped. Then the smell hit again. Same as before, sour, metallic, like blood that had been left in the sun. I scanned the area hard. Nothing moved. Nothing sounded off. Still no birds. No bucks. Just a breeze pushing through trees above the quarry walls. I don't know why I didn't turn around then. Maybe I felt like I had to finish what I started. Maybe I didn't want to report back without reaching the end. Maybe it was just plain stubbornness. I pushed forward. The elevator platform was just ahead. A big rectangular pit carved into the rock, with rusted beams and chains piled at the bottom. Back in the day, they used it to lower carts of stone. Now it was just a hazard. I climbed up to the edge and peered down. That's when I saw it. Half buried under rubble was a tarp. Blue, sun-faded. It had been pulled over something. Not like it had been blown there. It had been placed. I couldn't see underneath, not fully. Just the edge of a dark object, something heavy. I didn't want to go down there. Instinct was screaming at me. But I had to. Climbing down wasn't easy. Took it slow, careful not to slip. When I reached the bottom, I stepped close to the tarp. My heart was pounding. I pulled it back. Underneath was a backpack. A modern hiking pack. Torn. One strap was completely ripped. Next to it was a length of rope, coiled but frayed at the ends. There were deep red stains on one side of the pack. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. That smell again. Stronger than ever. I looked around. Still no sign of a person. No body. No movement. But I didn't feel alone. I radioed in again. Static. Switch channels. Still nothing. I took photos with my phone, dropped a GPS pin, then climbed out as fast as I could. I didn't care about finishing the loop anymore. I didn't care about writing a perfect report. I just needed to get out of there. The whole hike back, I felt it. Not just fear. Paranoia. Every time the wind shifted, I thought I heard steps behind me. Every time a squirrel darted through the brush, I nearly jumped out of my skin. But I didn't see anyone. I didn't stop moving. I didn't eat. Didn't drink. Just walked. For nearly 5 straight hours. When I finally got back to the station, it was nearly dark. I was soaked in sweat. I told my supervisor everything. He sent a crew out that same night with state police. They found the tarp, the pack, the rope. They also found a shallow pit about 20 feet from where I climbed down. Inside were partial remains, mostly bone. They ran the DNA a few weeks later. The remains I was stationed at a national forest in Idaho back in 2016. I won't name it because I still work for the department and a few of the guys I worked with are still out there. But it was a quiet place. Big forest, tall pines, huge distances between stations, and not many visitors outside of hunting season or summer hikers. It wasn't one of those national parks that gets flooded with tourists. You could go days without seeing anyone. The kind of place that can either calm your nerves or rattle them to hell, depending on the day. I was a seasonal ranger that year, but I'd been out there before. This wasn't new to me. I knew the back trails, the campsites, the cabins, the fire towers. It was my third season. I'd seen wildfires, drunk campers, missing people, and a lot of things people don't believe actually happen in parks. But that year something happened that still creeps up in my head when I'm alone in the woods. Not because it was supernatural, because it wasn't, but because it was real. It was slow and human and hard to understand. And that's what made it worse. It started in late August. That's when the nights start cooling down and most of the tourists pack it in. The last groups of hikers come through. Elk season starts to stir up. You start seeing tents again in weird places. Guys who think they know the land better than they do. The trails get quiet. The trees sound louder at night. And the radios go still for hours. My job that month was basic. Do daily loops around the North Trail system. Check trail conditions. Maintain signs. Clean fire rings. Log wildlife sightings. And be available for any emergency response. I had a stretch of land that ran about 18 miles in each direction. That area had 2 small trail shelters, 1 disused ranger cabin, and a watchtower that hadn't been properly manned since the 1980s, but was still structurally sound. It was day 8 of my stretch. I'd set up at the old trailhead cabin on the southern edge of my loop. The truck access ended there, and from then on I was mostly on foot or ATV. There was a trail that forked about 5 miles in. One branch went east, mostly downhill, toward a long series of ridges. The other went northwest into deep woods and slowly gained elevation until it reached an old fire break and what we call the slump. I hated that stretch. The slump wasn't marked on any map, but rangers had called it that for decades. It was just a long, low-lying depression where the trail ran between 2 hills. About 300 yards long. Pine trees all around. Always a little too quiet. The trail would sink in there, soft dirt, more moisture than the rest of the forest. We'd had a few rock slides and tree falls there over the years. Nothing deadly, just a pain in the ass. Every now and then, hikers would report strange feelings down in that section. Sometimes they'd say they got turned around, even though the trail is clear. One guy said his GPS quit working. Another couple said they hiked in circles, even though there was only one trail. But that wasn't new. People get weird in the woods, especially when they're tired or dehydrated. Anyway, I was scheduled to do a northern loop, which meant I'd be passing through the slump around midday. The morning was quiet. No calls, no weird animal activity. I started early, around 6:30 a.m., with a full pack, water, food, radio, first aid, everything we're supposed to carry. I did the eastern ridge first, cutting through a few overgrown paths and marking fallen limbs. I saw one small elk herd just before 9 and some signs of black bear scat near one of the shelters. Nothing unusual. By the time I was making my way back west, toward the slump, it was around 1:30 in the afternoon. I'd hiked maybe 9 miles already. The sun was out, but the air was cool and dry. The trail into the slump drops quick after Small Bend. I remember stopping at the top of the hill before the drop to take a leak and stretch my legs. That's when I first got the feeling. It wasn't fear exactly. It was more like my body just went still. Like I didn't want to go forward. I've been in that area dozens of times. I knew it by heart. But something in me didn't want to take another step. I felt the air go weird too. Not cold, not warm, just flat. Still. No wind. No sound of birds. It was like someone pressed mute on the whole forest. I stood there a long time. Maybe 5 or 6 minutes. Just looking down into the slump. Nothing moved. The trees were still. No animal noise. No bugs. I thought maybe a predator was nearby. A cougar, maybe. That happens. Predators can clear out an area without making a sound. I started walking down anyway. Slowly. My boots sank in the soft dirt as I dropped into the low ground. I could smell the difference immediately. Wet earth pine rot. It smelled like late October, not August. I followed the trail. Everything looked normal. But I kept getting this weird sense that something was behind me. I turned twice, fast, but nothing was there. It wasn't paranoia. It felt more like instinct. Like I was being watched. Halfway through the slump, I noticed something odd. There were boot prints on the trail, fresh ones. Size 10 or 11, wide heel. I bent down and checked them. They were maybe a day old. Too old to be mine, but newer than any hiker I'd seen log in the register. They were headed in the same direction as me, northwest, deeper into the forest. That wasn't unusual in itself. People sometimes cut through from old roads and don't sign in. But we hadn't had rain in a few days, and those prints looked like they were from a heavier boot. Not a hiker's boot, more like construction or logger style. Thick tread. I didn't think much of it, but I logged it in my notebook and moved on. The rest of that loop took me out of the slump and up toward the ridge. I circled around by the old tower just before 4 p.m., then started making my way back. On the way back through the slump, something had changed. First thing I noticed was that the boot prints were gone. I don't mean washed away. I mean actually gone. I walked the same path. I looked in the same spots, and the ground hadn't been disturbed. The soil was still soft, but the prints weren't there anymore. I checked my own earlier boot marks. They were there. But the other set, the deeper ones, were missing. I didn't understand it. I just stood there, confused, scanning the area. I didn't hear anything, didn't smell anything, just stillness again. I hiked out and got back to the cabin by dusk. I logged my notes, cleaned up, made a small dinner, and tried to brush it off. But I kept thinking about it, about how those prints could vanish like that. I even thought maybe I'd imagined them, but my notes said otherwise. I wrote them down hours earlier. I had sketches of the tread. The next day, I headed out again, this time with the ATV. I figured I'd do a quicker loop and maybe check around the slump again. I got there around 10:45 a.m., parked at the edge of the trail, and walked in on foot. This time I followed the low ditch that runs parallel to the trail. Sometimes water flows through there in spring, but it was dry now. About halfway in, I found something I hadn't seen before. There was a small clearing about 30 yards off trail. Not unusual, lots of breaks like that in the forest. But in the center of it, I found a pile of rocks. Not natural. Stacked. 6 large rocks, each about the size of a loaf of bread, stacked vertically. No sign of animal activity around it. No tools, no prints. Just this pile of rocks in the middle of nowhere. I don't know why, but it bothered me. There was something too careful about it. Too neat. Like someone was marking something. I circled the area. Nothing else there. No trash. No fire pit. No disturbed brush. I logged the location, took a GPS tag, and then backed out. On the way out of the slump, about 40 yards past that rock pile, I saw something else. Another set of boot prints. Fresh. This time, they were going the other direction, toward the rock pile. I checked them. Same tread. Deep, wide heel. One of the prints had a small cut in the sole, maybe from glass or sharp rock. That's when I realized something strange. There were no exit prints, just entry. I followed them backward, hoping to see where they came from. But they stopped about 15 feet from the trail. Just ended. Like someone stepped in, walked a few steps, and vanished. That night, I didn't sleep much. I stayed in the cabin with the doors locked. My radio stayed quiet all night. No reports, no messages. But I kept waking up every hour or so, thinking I heard something outside. I even checked once. Nothing but the trees. On the third day, I told myself I'd go back to the rock pile and knock it down. Maybe I just needed to reset my brain, stop thinking about it. I headed out early, and when I reached the slump, I could already tell something had changed again. There were more rocks now. 2 more stacks. One about 10 feet away from the first. The other even closer to the trail. Same size, same careful placement, and more boot prints. Circling them. I stood there for a long time, just staring. The prints weren't mine. I hadn't been there since yesterday, and I hadn't walked that path. Someone had been here during the night or early morning. Someone heavy, someone deliberate. But still, no trash, no noise, no trace of campsite. Just the prints, just the rocks. I marked the location again, took pictures this time, and then got out. I went back to the cabin and called it in. Just said I'd found signs of recent off-trail activity and wanted another set of eyes. They said they'd send someone up in 2 days. That's how I've worked as a park ranger for almost 10 years now. Most of the time, it's just peaceful routine. Checking trailheads, keeping up with camp registrations, making sure people don't do dumb stuff like feed bears or try to climb wet rocks in sandals. Most of the time, it's just long, quiet hours, hiking trails alone, radio static, and the sound of birds or wind in the trees. But sometimes something sticks with you. something that doesn't look like much at first, but keeps you up at night for years. This happened about 4 years ago. I was stationed at a mid-sized state park in the Pacific Northwest, heavily forested, lots of trails, remote cabins, and a few backcountry sites that barely saw traffic outside of July and August. There was a lake in the middle of the park with an old fire road that looped out around it before heading uphill into deep wooded terrain. That road was rough. Only high clearance trucks could make it, and even then, the farther you went, the less maintained it got. Erosion had eaten through whole sections. Most of us rangers had just taken to patrolling on foot out there, or not bothering at all unless there was a reason. That year, we'd had some early snow in March, followed by a weird warm snap that melted everything and left the trails a mess. Mudslides down trees, flooding. One of the creek bridges on the back end of the park washed out completely. That meant I had to go up there and post new signs, mark trails as unsafe, and check the remote campsites for any signs of squatters or early season hikers who might get stuck. I set out early in the morning, around 6:30, just after sunrise. I took one of the park trucks as far as the fire road gate, then locked it behind me and started hiking with my day pack and a GPS radio. I had water, some snacks, a basic first aid kit, my park-issued Glock, standard in our region due to the mountain lines, and a printed map. We weren't supposed to rely only on GPS out there, especially since the reception dropped hard once you were more than 4 miles out. The first couple of hours were uneventful. The trail was a muddy mess, but it was quiet. I saw a few deer prints, maybe a coyote's. No signs of people. The air smelled like pine, wet dirt, and rot. The forest up there gets thick quick, towering firs and red cedar, with moss hanging from every branch like green curtains. The light barely reaches the forest floor in places, and it always feels a few degrees colder under the canopy. By around 10:15, I made it to the base of the ridge that wraps around the north side of the lake. That's where the trail starts climbing up through switchbacks toward the old Firewatch station, which hadn't been in use since the late 90s. It's a weathered structure on stilts, not maintained anymore, but we kept it marked on the maps in case hikers needed emergency shelter. No power, no radio, just 4 walls and a roof with a broken window and a half-rotted cot inside. My job was to hike up there, check that nobody had been squatting inside, and post new signage about trail hazards near the washout. That's when I noticed the first thing that felt wrong. I saw a set of boot prints. Not old, but not super fresh either. Maybe a day old tops. That wouldn't be strange in July, but in early spring? It caught my attention. We hadn't issued any backcountry permits recently. The prints were heavy set, wide-toe box, deep treads like someone wearing solid hiking boots, and big, probably a men's size 12 or more. What made me stop was the direction. The prints weren't going up the ridge trail like mine were. They were coming down, from deeper in, from past the Firewatch station, past the closed trails, down toward the lake. That meant someone had been camping up there recently, illegally. Maybe someone with mental health issues, or just a loner trying to stay off-grid. Either way, I kept going. The switchbacks were rough, half flooded in places, with patches of ice still lingering where the sun didn't hit. As I climbed, I kept thinking about those boot prints. I didn't see any coming down another trail, just that one pair, which meant whoever made them had hiked up from somewhere else, maybe deeper in from another park boundary. Or maybe they'd just been squatting up at the station for a few days and left yesterday. I reached the Firewatch station around noon. It sits on a bluff that looks out over the lake through a narrow break in the trees. You can see the water glittering through a screen of branches, like a mirror cracked by trunks and limbs. The building was quiet. I circled it first, checking for signs of human presence, trash, food wrappers, tracks in the mud. There was a smell, not strong, but sour. Not like a dead animal, more like mold and stale sweat. The door was closed, but the lock had been broken, looked like it had been kicked in. The frame splintered at the edge just slightly. I stepped inside. The place was mostly empty. Dusty floorboards, cobwebs. But someone had definitely been there recently. I found the remains of a fire built in a coffee can near the back corner, with charred bits of cloth and burnt foil. Looked like someone had tried to cook something or burn garbage. There was a torn blanket on the cot, and wrappers from protein bars and off-brand cigarettes scattered across the floor. Whoever it was had spent at least a night or two. No sign of them now. I opened a window to air it out and sat on the steps to eat a quick lunch. I marked the location on my radio GPS and reported the evidence of a squatter, then let dispatch know I'd finished the loop trail check and head back before dark. They logged it, told me to be cautious. I wasn't too worried at that point. I figured whoever had been there was long gone. I was wrong. I continued along the ridge trail heading northwest, which would eventually curve down and reconnect with the main loop farther east of the lake. The terrain there is steep and the trail narrows. One side is rock face, the other drops off into thick brush and old growth. I had to use my walking stick to keep balance in a few spots where the mud made the path slick. About an hour in, I saw something shiny off the trail. It was a crushed soda can, red, faded from sun and weather. Not old, probably dropped within the last couple days. I stepped off the trail to pick it up, figuring I'd pack it out. That's when I saw the tarp. It was dark blue, maybe 10 feet off the trail, tucked under a low cedar. Half hidden, I crouched and moved closer. Underneath, it was a sleeping bag, half zipped, and a torn canvas duffel bag. Inside were a few canned goods, a cheap flashlight, and some wet clothes that stank like mildew and urine. No ID, no wallet, no tags on anything. Not even a name written in marker like you usually see on camping gear. I called it in. Dispatch told me to leave it alone and let law enforcement follow up. I marked it on the GPS and took a photo. That's when I heard the snapping sound. It wasn't far off, maybe 20 or 30 feet uphill in the brush. Heavy, like something or someone moving. I froze. No birds were chirping. No squirrels darting. Just dead silence. Then another snap. I backed away from the tarp slowly and returned to the trail. I kept walking, but I unholstered my sidearm and held it low at my side, just in case. Every few minutes I stopped and listened, but the forest had gone back to being still. By now, it was after 2 p.m., and the sky was starting to gray up. I checked the weather report on my radio. Unexpected storm rolling in. They advised me to make my way down and out before it hit. Said the wind gusts were already picking up at the ranger station. I moved faster. The trail dipped again into thicker woods. The canopy so thick it felt like dusk, even though it was early afternoon. My boots squelched in mud. Water dripped from above. At one point, I thought I heard something behind me. Branches swaying maybe, but when I turned, there was nothing. Just wet woods and silence. I didn't see any more signs of people. No more cans, no more wrappers, no more tracks, until I reached the next trail junction. The marker post there was knocked over. Clean break at the base. Someone had smashed it with a rock or boot hard. The wooden sign lay half buried in mud, and next to it was a pile of cigarette butts, fresh. Still damp. Maybe 20 or 30 of them, like someone had stood there for hours, smoking one after another. The woods felt too quiet again. I kept moving, heart starting to pick up. I don't scare easily. I've been stalked by mountain lions, helped carry out injured hikers. Once even had to break up a fight between 2 drunk campers with a hatchet. But something about this, I don't know. The silence was too heavy. It felt like I was being watched, not by a wild animal, but by someone who was thinking through what they wanted to do next. Around 3:30, I came across an old game trail that looked recently disturbed. It wasn't part of the mapped paths, just a narrow cut through the underbrush heading uphill. I shouldn't have followed it, but something pulled me. Curiosity, or maybe some bad instinct that said I needed to know what else was out here. I followed it about 200 feet. That's when I found the animals. 4 of them. Raccoons, I think, or maybe possums. Hard to tell. They were in pieces. Someone had gutted them, strung them up by their legs from a branch, and let them rot. Flies buzzed thick around them. The cuts were too clean for another animal. No bite marks. No tearing. Just slices. Like with a knife. The smell was awful. I turned back fast. I didn't care who I was dealing with anymore. I just knew I needed to get back to the truck. I started double timing it down the hill trail, boots sliding in mud, breathing harder. I kept my pistol drawn. When I started working as a seasonal park ranger in northern Idaho, I was mostly just looking for quiet. I'd been living in the city too long. I needed the noise to stop. I needed to feel something more solid than traffic and air conditioning and office carpet. My uncle had worked for the National Park Service and told me about a position at a large, remote preserve that barely got visitors. There were black bears, moose, elk, mountain lions, some wolves too, though you rarely saw them. The place covered a huge stretch of backcountry. You could walk for days and not cross paths with another person. That was the draw for me. No people, just trees, dirt, rivers, and the sky. The ranger station was about 20 miles off the nearest paved road. You had to drive along a narrow gravel road that twisted up through pine-covered hills and past streams and old fire scars. It was peaceful, but not soft. The kind of peace that only exists because the place is too harsh for anything to mess it up. My job was mostly solo patrols, hiking various trails, checking trail markers, watching for signs of poaching, clearing fallen logs, keeping tabs on wildlife, and helping lost hikers if that ever happened, which was rare. We had a few staff cabins scattered across the park, each several miles apart. Most nights I'd hike out to one, stay the night, then hit a different trail the next day. One particular trail, Trail 94, was never on my list. It was still on the park maps, but no one patrolled it. I asked about it once when I was looking over a map during orientation, and one of the older rangers just said, "Old logging trail." Was never finished. Not worth it. Then he moved on. I didn't press it. There were a dozen other trails that needed upkeep. And if they said it wasn't worth checking, I figured that was that. Weeks passed, and I settled into the rhythm. Hike, check markers, sleep in remote cabins, write up notes in the logbook at headquarters once a week, then head back out. I never felt scared or uneasy in the woods. I like the quiet. I like the way your senses sharpen when there's nothing around but wind and animal tracks and the occasional bird. The world felt cleaner. Everything felt honest out there. One week, though, I got a radio call about a missing hiker, a solo guy in his 40s. His car had been found at one of the back entrances to the park, near a rarely used access point. The road he used wasn't even maintained anymore, mostly washed out and full of rocks. The only trail near that area was Trail 94. The lead ranger asked me to head out there and look around. I remember hesitating when I heard the number. Not out of fear, really more like something in my gut just twisted a little. I reminded him that Trail 94 wasn't maintained, and he said that's exactly why they needed me to check it. Probably got turned around somewhere. If you don't find anything by nightfall, come back. We'll send SAR in the morning. So I packed my gear, marked my route, and drove out. The road was worse than I expected. The kind that rattles your bones and makes you wonder if your tires will survive the trip. It took me an hour just to go 4 miles. His car was still parked under a canopy of pine trees. Looked like it had been there for at least a day or two. A layer of pine needles covered the hood and windshield. There were boot prints leading away from the car and down toward the start of Trail 94. No sign of struggle or damage. Just looked like a guy going for a hike. The trail itself wasn't what I'd call a trail anymore. It had clearly not been maintained in years. Trees had fallen across it in several places. Underbrush had taken over, but it was still walkable if you knew what to look for. Subtle dips in the terrain, remnants of old blazes on trees, spots where someone had clearly passed through and pushed the brush aside. I followed the trail for several miles. Every now and then, I'd find broken twigs or scuffed dirt that told me someone had gone this way recently. But there weren't any clear signs of distress. No dropped gear, no blood, no torn clothes. Just a quiet, overgrown trail. By late afternoon, the trail began climbing uphill through a denser patch of forest. The trees got thicker, the light dimmer. There was a smell in the air I didn't like, faint, sour, like something rotting far away. I tried to ignore it. Animals die in the woods all the time. That's just part of nature. But something about it stuck with me. It wasn't strong enough to track, but it lingered. The air felt heavier somehow. Then I found the boot. It was sitting just off the trail, half covered in leaves. One hiking boot. No foot in it, thankfully, but it had been there a while. The leather was cracked, laces torn. I picked it up and checked the inside. Bone dry. No insects. No blood. But something about it bothered me. It wasn't the kind of thing someone would just take off and leave. I marked the location and kept moving. The trail eventually crested a ridge and dropped down into a shallow valley. The trees opened up slightly and the land flattened. That's when I saw the structure. It wasn't marked on any of the park maps. Just a low wooden cabin tucked into the edge of the tree line. mostly hidden by overgrowth. The wood was old, darkened and warped from years of weather. The roof sagged in the middle. No windows, just one door that hung slightly crooked on rusted hinges. I approached slowly. My heart had started beating a little faster, though I couldn't say why. There was no reason to be nervous. Maybe I thought I'd find the missing hiker inside. Maybe I just didn't like that the building was here at all. I circled the outside. No signs of recent activity. No footprints. No smoke. Just that same faint sour smell, stronger now. I stepped onto the small porch and pushed the door open. Inside, it was pitch black. I flicked on my headlamp. The cabin was empty. One small room, dirt floor, no furniture. But the walls were covered in scratches. Not words, not symbols. Just long, erratic gouges in the wood. Some deep, some shallow. Like someone had dragged a sharp object across every surface for hours. There were scratches on the floor, too. Some of them looked deliberate, like something had been dragged across the dirt repeatedly, forming shallow grooves. I didn't stay long. Something about that place felt wrong. Not in a spooky, haunted way. In a this doesn't belong here way. I backed out slowly, keeping my light moving over the walls. That sour smell followed me out the door. I didn't find the hiker. I radioed to my location, reported what I'd found, and made camp a few miles away near a stream. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I went back to the cabin. I marked the GPS coordinates and took photos. Still no sign of the hiker. But something had changed. The scratches on the door were fresher. I was sure of it. There were a few I hadn't seen the day before, short, frantic gouges right near the handle. And now, there were scuff marks on the floor outside, as if someone had been pacing or dragging their feet just in front of the entrance. I left quickly. That evening, I hiked back toward the parking area. I didn't feel comfortable camping out there again. It was only once I got back to the hiker's car that I noticed something new, his keys sitting neatly on the hood. They hadn't been there 2 days ago. I was certain of that. I checked the car, looked under the wipers, tried the doors. They hadn't been anywhere. I picked them up. They were clean. No dirt. No prints. No explanation. The hiker was never found. Search and rescue swept the area for 2 weeks. Dogs, drones, boots on the ground. Nothing. No scent trail, no belongings, no tracks. Not even a body. The cabin wasn't mentioned in the final report. I asked about it once, and the response was short, not relevant to the search. After that, Trail 94 was removed from the maps entirely. The old signs were pulled down. It was like it had never existed. But I know what I saw. I know where I went. A month later, I quit the job. I couldn't stop thinking about that cabin. The scratches, the smell, the boot, the keys. I worked other jobs since then, cleaner ones, in places with people, with noise, with light. I still hike sometimes, but never alone. Never off trail. And I never, ever go near abandoned buildings in the woods. Because the scariest thing out there isn't ghosts or monsters. It's the things we can't explain. And worse, the things we choose not to. I've worked as a park ranger for close to 14 years now. Most of that time's been in the Southern Rockies, but I've done seasons up in Idaho, out in the desert parks, and even a few stints back east. I don't scare easily. You see things out here, animal attacks, lost hikers, people doing things they shouldn't be doing, and you learn to keep a clear head. But the one thing that stayed with me, the one thing that really put me on edge, happened in the Uncompahgre backcountry, in a lesser-used section of Colorado's high country. This wasn't the kind of fear that sneaks up on you suddenly. It was slow, creeping, like something was sitting just out of sight the whole time, watching. It happened in early August about 6 years ago. I was stationed at a ranger station just off the Alpine Loop, kind of between Ouray and Lake City. It's one of those places that doesn't get a lot of foot traffic compared to the bigger parks. People mostly go through on 4x4 roads, maybe camp a night, then move on. The hiking trails, they're rugged. Not the kind you stumble onto by accident. And a lot of the older ones aren't marked anymore. That's how I ended up hiking the Lost Spur Trail. It's not on modern maps. I only knew about it because I'd found it mentioned in an old Forest Service logbook from the 70s. Some old-timer had written a few notes about clearing the Lost Spur approach to connect with an even older pack route over Engineer Pass. The entry was short, no details, just enough to get my curiosity going. One week, I had a 3-day assignment to survey campsites along a cluster of remote basins that hadn't been patrolled in a while. Typical work: check fire rings, clean up any trash, leave notes if people are camping too close to water. But I plan to take a side detour on the last day to check out where that lost spur might have run. I started early that Monday, loaded my pack with the usual shelter, food, Garmin GPS, topo maps, radio, first aid, and a sidearm. The weather was clear, no storms in the forecast. I hiked into the backcountry by noon and set up camp just below Treeline in a wide, quiet basin surrounded by steep ridges. No one else around. No footprints, no fires. Just a clean, peaceful alpine bowl. First day went smooth. Cleared a few down limbs, logged GPS waypoint for new growth, checked a bear canister someone had left behind the year before. It was quiet in that usual way the backcountry is, just wind, pika, marmots chirping, the odd bird overhead. But that second morning, something felt a little off. I don't want to make it sound dramatic because the woods can play tricks on you, but the air was heavier. Still, I woke up to no sounds. Not just fewer, none. No birdsong, no insects. Even the usual marmots that chirped on the rocks near my tent were silent. I chalked it up to a weather front or maybe a predator nearby. Mountain lions can do that. Their presence alone can hush the whole forest. After breakfast, I packed up and climbed a ridge toward where the lost spur trail might have connected, based on my map guesses and that old ranger log. The route wasn't on my GPS, but I'd overlaid a few notes by hand on paper. According to the log, it should have crossed an old mining claim near a dry creek bed, then curved up along a long scree slope before connecting with the old wagon road above Treeline. By mid-morning, I reached what looked like a faint depression in the grass and dirt. It wasn't a full trail, not anymore, but it had the look of something made by years of passing feet and hooves long ago. Flat in the center, a little sunken like an old scar in the hillside. Every once in a while, I spotted a rusted tin can or a split piece of weathered wood sticking out of the tundra, signs of some long-gone activity. I followed it for hours. The farther I went, the stranger got. No prints, no animals, no scat, just a long winding path through empty woods. I found a tree that had grown up through the middle of the trail. Must have been 40, 50 years old. That told me no one had used it for decades. Then I noticed the trees were wrong. Not the species or anything. They were subalpine fir, spruce, the usual at that elevation, but they were close. Too close. In most forests, especially this high, trees don't grow with their trunks just a few inches apart unless they were planted or unless they were growing back after something wiped out the old growth. But here, they were unnaturally packed in. Tight, like they were growing in on the trail itself, pushing from both sides. I started to feel the temperature drop, even though it was barely afternoon. Not sharply, just enough to make me zip up my jacket and notice my breath fogging a little. The sky hadn't changed. Still blue, still sunny. But the trail felt darker. Shadier, even when there was no reason for it. I stopped for water and realized I'd barely drank anything all day. My mouth was dry. My hands felt clumsy. That's when I saw the first cairn. It wasn't fresh. Just a small pile of 3 or 4 rocks stacked beside a stump. Easy to miss, but it looked deliberate. People build cairns all the time, usually to mark a trail or a turn. But this one was low, not on any bend, and when I crouched to look closer, I noticed something strange underneath. There was a broken matchbox, a rusted nail, and what looked like the corner of a fabric patch. I pulled it out with my knife. It was an old embroidered patch, hard to read, but it looked like it said San Juan Service Crew 1976. That matched the date in the old logbook. Must have been a marker left behind by a ranger or a trail crew. Could have been nothing. Could have been a sign. Either way, I kept going. A couple hours later, the trail narrowed between 2 boulders. That's when I got this tight feeling in my chest, like I was being funneled into something. I know that's not scientific, but instincts matter out here, and everything in me was saying, turn around. Not because of any visible danger, but because it felt like I was walking into a place that didn't want me there. I kept going because I'm not someone who quits easy, but I slowed down. I marked every few yards on my GPS, just in case I had to backtrack without the trail. My legs were tired, heavier than usual. I was only 11,000 feet. Not enough for real altitude sickness, but I felt drained. That creeping fatigue that usually hits after a 20-mile day was settling in, and I hadn't even gone 10. Then the forest changed. I came into a flat clearing about 30 feet across. Dead center in it was a rotten wooden frame. What looked like the remains of a single-room cabin or lined shack. Just a few standing timbers, and the rest collapsed in a mossy heap. I approached it slowly. The wood was grayed and split, likely pine or fir. No nails, just old wooden pegs. Frontier-era style. Could have been miners. Could have been early surveyors. There were boot prints around it. That stopped me cold. Not mine. These were older, but not ancient. Just dry. Deep, like someone had walked around in heavy boots within the past few days. No weathering. No animal marks over them. Just clean indentations circling the cabin. And then I noticed the drag mark. It was subtle. Almost missed it. A long, shallow line in the dirt. Like something had been pulled behind a person. Or like something crawled. I don't scare easy, like I said. But I suddenly felt very alone. My hand went to my sidearm without even thinking. I took a long step backward and scanned the trees. Nothing moved. Not a sound. No birds, no chipmunks, not even wind. My own heartbeat was the loudest thing around. I decided to turn back. I had enough data points. I'd mark the ruins on the GPS, log it in the station file. Let someone else investigate later. I'm not ashamed to say I walked faster going back. Maybe not full panic, but close. Only, I couldn't find the trail. I turned around twice, pulled out the map, checked the GPS. The line I'd marked on the way and didn't match the landscape anymore. Trees I thought I passed were gone. Landmarks didn't line up. The boulders I squeezed between were nowhere to be seen. I didn't panic. Not then. I've been turned around before. I did what we're trained to do. I marked my location, took a compass reading, and tried to find a high point to orient from. About a quarter-mile uphill, I climbed a small knoll to look around. That's when I saw the second cabin. I hadn't passed it on the way in. No chance. This one was more intact. It had a partial roof, walls still standing. Maybe 100 feet downslope, hidden in a clump of trees. There were no boot prints here. No trail. Just the cabin, sitting still like it had been waiting. I knew better than to go down to it, but I did anyway. I told myself it might be a landmark, a way to triangulate my position. I just wanted to check it quickly and move on. It smelled like wet bark and iron. The wood was darker, pine soaked through from years of snow melt and rot. I circled it once, keeping my distance. No door, no windows, just wall slats and a sagging corner that looked like it had dropped into a sinkhole. I didn't go inside. That's the one smart thing I did that day. Instead, I pulled out my radio and tried to call the station. No response. I wasn't surprised. I was deep in the range, and these radios weren't made for long distance over rugged peaks. I left a location ping on the emergency beacon and started moving back the way I thought I came. It got darker, not because of clouds, sun was still up, but because the trees were thicker now. Shadows pooled, even in open areas. I've been a backcountry ranger for a little over 12 years now. I started out working in Glacier, moved around a bit, Grand Teton Lassen, even did a short winter stint in the Sawtooths. Eventually, I settled into my current post in a lesser-known park in the Pacific Northwest. I won't name it here, but it's known more to locals than tourists, which is exactly what I wanted after years of fighting crowds and cleaning up after careless hikers. The park is full of dense forest, long ridgelines, creeks that run cold even in August, and trails that barely exist in some places. We don't get the same volume of visitors that more popular parks do, so the deeper trails don't see much traffic. That's what I like most about it, quiet. Then the fact that it's still wild in the ways parks used to be. You don't get cell signal out there. You don't get paved trails. You don't get kiosks with printed maps or hand sanitizer stations every mile. It's just you and the land. I worked alone most of the time. That was part of the job. We had a small ranger station, and I had a radio with a satellite connection, but otherwise I might go days without seeing another person. I'd do trail checks, report tree falls, clear debris, keep an eye on wildlife movement, and sometimes pack in supplies for crews doing trail restoration or researchers monitoring stream health. It was good work. Honest work. This story happened in early October a few years ago. Fall had come late that year. The air still felt like summer, but the light had shifted. The days were shortening, shadows stretching longer, and the nights were starting to bite. The forest was just beginning to change. Yellow larch, blood-red vine maples, a few browning ferns curling back into themselves. I had a 3-day solo assignment to check conditions on an old connector trail that cut through a ravine. The trail was rarely used. Honestly, I hadn't even hiked the full length of it before. It showed up on the older maps, still maintained in theory, but most hikers didn't go near it. There was no scenery to draw them in, just dark forest and a steep, narrow passage that felt colder and damper than the rest of the park. I left the truck at a dirt pull-off near the base of Fire Road, packed light, and started in. I brought enough food for 4 days, my water filter, stove, bivy sack, and the usual first aid and emergency gear. The plan was simple. Hike in about 8 miles to the ravine, set up camp, and spend the next day bushwhacking along the old trail to see how much of it was passable. Day 3, I'd loop back around on a more established trail and be out by evening. The first day went smooth. The trail was quiet, no boot tracks, no trash, no recent signs of people. It always surprised me how quickly a trail could disappear out there. You give it 1 or 2 seasons without use, and the forest just takes it back. Ferns grow over the tread. Needles carpet the ground so thick you can't even see where the path used to be. Fallen trees lay untouched, becoming part of the terrain. If you didn't know where to look, you'd walk right past it. I made camp on a small flat above the ravine. I remember thinking how still it was. No birdsong, no wind, just a kind of thick silence. I figured it was the season. Many birds had started to move south, and the mammals were getting ready for winter, hunkering down. It wasn't eerie yet, just quiet. The next morning, I filtered water from a creek that snaked down into the ravine, packed up, and started the slow descent. The trail was more of a suggestion at that point. Faint outlines under the duff, broken logs that had once been steps, rusted nails where wooden footbridges used to be. It was around noon when I slipped. The forest floor had been dry up top, but down in the ravine, it was a different world, dark, damp, and muddy. Moss grew on everything. I stepped on what looked like solid ground, but the earth gave way under my boot, and I slid a good 10 feet down a steep bank before catching myself on a root. I scraped up my hands and tore my pant leg on a sharp branch. Nothing serious, but I was more shaken than I wanted to admit. I sat there for a while, mud soaked through to my skin, and reminded myself to stay focused. The ravine narrowed after that. Steep walls rose on either side, covered in wet rock and roots. A small creek cut through the center, and I had to cross it multiple times to follow the trail. The walls pressed in closer the deeper I went. Light barely filtered through the trees. Even at midday, it felt like dusk. Around mid-afternoon, I came across something that didn't sit right with me. A large tree had fallen across the creek, blocking the path. That wasn't unusual. What was strange was what was underneath it. Bones. Not animal bones. Human. Or at least, they looked that way. A partial rib cage, some vertebrae, part of the femur. No skull. I froze. I didn't touch anything. I took pictures, marked the location on my GPS, and backed away. There was no clothing nearby, no backpack, no gear. Just bones half buried in moss and mud. I radioed it in, but the signal in the ravine was weak. I wasn't sure if the message got through. I made the call anyway, and said I'd hike out the next morning to follow up. I didn't feel like bushwhacking deeper after that. I cleared a spot just uphill and set up my bivvy there, a bit shaken, trying to reason through it. Maybe it was a missing person. We had a couple cold cases in the park, hikers that had vanished years ago. Maybe a hunter who'd wandered off trail. The bones looked old, weathered, but why was there no sign of anything else? That night, I barely slept. The ravine held onto the cold, and I couldn't get warm. Every little sound felt louder down there. Drips from the rocks, water gurgling, branches cracking. I kept thinking about the bones. Kept thinking about how easy it would be for someone to disappear in that place and never be found. In the middle of the night, I thought I heard footsteps. Not animals. Too deliberate. Too slow. They came from the creek bed, then up the bank, stopping just before my camp. I froze in my bivvy sack, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I didn't move. Didn't even breathe. Then the footsteps faded. Nothing happened. No one came. In the morning, there were no tracks. The ground was soft enough that I should have seen something, but there was nothing. No sign anyone had been there. I packed up fast and started hiking out. I didn't want to be down there any longer than I had to. About a mile from the edge of the ravine, I spotted something else. Another set of bones. Smaller. This time they were scattered, maybe dragged. There were a few scraps of clothing, sun-bleached and shredded. A boot, half buried in the mud. And something that chilled me, a rusted hunting knife, blade stuck into the base of a tree, like someone had slammed it in there years ago and just left it. I didn't take anything. I just marked the spot again and got moving. By the time I reached the ridge trail, the air felt lighter. I radioed again, and this time the signal held. I gave my coordinates and told dispatch what I'd found. They said they'd notify law enforcement and get a recovery team out there. I was told to meet them back at the ranger station that evening and file a full report. I hiked the last few miles in silence. My hands were scratched raw, my clothes caked in mud, my mind turning over and over what I'd seen. Back at the station, I showered, changed, and sat down with two detectives from the county. They took my statement, asked all the usual questions. One of them told me, quietly, that there had been an unsolved case from about 15 years ago. A pair of brothers who'd gone missing while elk hunting in that area. Never found. No gear, no trail, just gone. Until now, maybe. Over the next week, recovery crews went in. They found more remains. Not just one person, 3. All male, all scattered through that stretch of the ravine. Some of the bones were in shallow pits, almost like they'd been buried, but by someone who didn't really know what they were doing, or didn't care. The forensics came back slow. The bones were old, degraded, but one set matched dental records from the older missing persons report. One of the brothers. The other 2 sets didn't match anything in the database. That part stuck with me, because there weren't 3 people in that group, just the 2 brothers. So who was the third? I never got an answer. None of the U.S. did. The third set of remains wasn't ever identified. No missing person matched. No records. Just bones, a few scraps of fabric, and a knife rusted into a tree. After that, the ravine was closed off. Officially, it was marked as unstable terrain, risk of rockfall and flooding. Unofficially, no one wanted to go back down there. The case was left open, but went cold again after a year. No new leads. Nothing ever came of the third body. I stayed in the park for another season, but I didn't feel the same. Every time I stepped onto a trail, I thought about how easy it is to disappear, how quickly the forest hides things. I'd walk past a stand of trees and wonder if there were more bones buried in the roots, more stories no one would ever hear. Eventually, I transferred out, moved south, took a desk job for a while. I still get out in the field sometimes, but not like I used to, and I don't camp alone anymore. The forest doesn't need ghosts or monsters to be terrifying. Sometimes the worst things out there are just people, and the quiet places they think no one will ever find. I started working as a park ranger in northern Idaho when I was 27. I wasn't exactly chasing some big outdoor dream. Just needed a job and liked being alone. I had worked construction before, but after a back injury and a few months of unemployment, a buddy of mine who knew the district supervisor got me an interview. Within a week, I had my own uniform and a list of remote trail maintenance tasks. It wasn't glamorous work, fixing signs, clearing brush, hauling trash, but it was quiet, and I didn't have to talk to many people. The park itself was around 300,000 acres of forest, mostly pine, birch, and dense patches of alder near the streams. A lot of it wasn't accessible by vehicle. Rangers would either hike in or, in some cases, ride horseback. I preferred hiking. We had a small outpost cabin near the edge of the park, a concrete block structure with bunk beds, a propane stove, and a radio that barely worked most days. That's where I stayed most nights, unless I was out on a long trail run. If I had a hike in deeper than 10 miles, I'd set up camp for a night or two and work my way back. It was early September when this happened. I remember because the leaves had just started to turn and the weather was still decent during the day, but freezing cold at night. The job was simple. Hike to a remote section of trail that had been closed since early spring due to flooding and check if it was dry and passable now. If it was, I'd mark it open in my notebook and report it once I got back to the station. The trail was about 14 miles in, nothing crazy, but steep and winding. It passed through some deep old growth areas that never saw much sun. I packed light: water, jerky, extra socks, tarp, med kit, flare, GPS, map, headlamp, and my usual old field journal. I brought my .357 as well, standard issue, not that we expected trouble. We weren't allowed to shoot unless absolutely necessary, but out there you never knew. Cougars were rare, but they happened, and there were plenty of black bears, especially this time of year with them preparing for winter. I left the station around 7 a.m. and reached the first trail marker by 11. It was quiet, dead quiet. No wind, no bird calls, not even squirrel chatter. I figured it was just the elevation or the time of day. The air felt a little heavy, but again, not uncommon in early fall when the weather shifts. By 1 p.m., I made it to a clearing that sat right along a ridge. I remember it because it always had this perfect view west, pine-covered slopes rolling for miles with the peaks of the Sawtooths off in the distance. I stopped, took a leak, chewed a few pieces of jerky, jotted a note in my journal, then moved on. About an hour later, I got to the section that had been flooded last spring. It was dry now, soft, but solid enough to hike. I marked it in the book and debated turning back or pushing another mile to an old shelter point just past a small creek. That place used to be a fire lookout back in the 60s. All that was left was a concrete pad and a rusted steel drum, but it was a decent spot to camp and gave you good visibility in 3 directions. I figured I'd head there and spend the night. The walk there wasn't bad, but again, that odd stillness was hanging in the air. I hadn't seen so much as a deer print all day. No scat, no nests, no tracks, just dry pine needles and this strange absence of sound. Even the creek near the shelter wasn't making much noise, just this slow trickle that felt muted. I got to the lookout site around 4:30 p.m., set up my tarp between 2 trees, boiled some water, and ate a freeze-dried stew. I wrote my usual check-in notes, weather conditions, trail status, time of day, then settled in. I wasn't tired yet, so I hiked about 200 feet past the shelter where the land dips down and flattens into a strange natural bowl. I'd seen it on satellite maps, but never visited in person. From above, it looks like someone scooped out a shallow dip about the size of a football field. Totally round, too, which is rare for that kind of topography. When I got there, it looked just like the map showed. Bare dirt in the middle, almost like something had killed off the grass in a perfect circle. No stumps or signs of fire. It wasn't even muddy, just dry, cracked soil with a few dead twigs here and there. The edges had these odd growths of thick yellow grass. Looked almost diseased, like it had fungus or some blight eating it. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes. I don't know why. I wasn't scared, but I felt watched. I hate using that word because it sounds paranoid, but there's no better way to say it. I've spent thousands of hours alone in the woods, and that was one of the few moments where I started scanning the tree line without realizing it. My shoulders were tense, and I kept adjusting my footing. I headed back to camp before dark, crawled into my sleeping bag, and left the tarp flaps open to watch the stars. Around midnight, I woke up freezing. Not just cold, like I'd been dipped in ice water. My breath was fogging up in thick clouds, and my fingers were stiff. I checked the temp gauge I kept clipped to my jacket, and it read 18 degrees Fahrenheit. That didn't make sense. The forecast had called for a low of 36. I lit my small stove for warmth, layered up, and sat there listening. No wind, no bugs, no animals, just dead silence again. After about 10 minutes, I heard something. Not movement, just a soft, low, clicking noise. Almost like teeth chattering, but slower. It wasn't mechanical, and it wasn't coming from camp. It was coming from the tree line, right where the bowl-shaped clearing had been. I held still. The clicking went on for maybe a minute, then stopped. I waited another half hour. Nothing. No sounds. I didn't sleep much after that. In the morning, I packed up fast. Something fell off. I didn't want to go back past the bowl, but the trail circled around the ridge and met back up on the far side. I took the long way, added almost 3 miles to my route, but I didn't care. As I hiked, I started noticing things that didn't register on the way in. Trees with strange bark damage, long vertical scratches too high up for deer, too uneven for a bear. Not claw marks, almost like someone had dragged a rake across the trunks. In a few places, the underbrush looked trampled, but not in a way animals move. More like something heavy had dragged through. No clear direction, just scattered patches of matted brush. Around mile 10, I found something that stopped me cold. There was a spot off the trail, maybe 30 feet in, where the ground had collapsed slightly, like a sinkhole or maybe an old burrow. In the center was a pile of bones. Not fresh, but not ancient either. Picked clean, bleached from sun, and stacked. That was the part that got me. Not scattered, stacked, like someone had placed them intentionally. Mostly small animals, rabbits, a few birds, maybe a fox, but arranged in this almost spiral shape. I stared at it for a long time before backing away. I made it back to the station around 6 p.m., signed my logs, and didn't mention the clearing, the clicking, or the bones. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't want to sound crazy. Maybe I just didn't want to say it out loud. Over the next 2 weeks, I had nightmares every night. Not violent or bloody, just weird. I kept dreaming about that bowl. In the dreams, I'd walk to the center and just stand there, unable to move. Every time I tried to look up, my vision would blur, and I'd hear the clicking again, faster this time, like something was pacing around me, just out of view. I finally told another ranger, Mark, who'd been on the job almost 20 years. He listened, nodded, then told me to come with him. We drove back out there a few days later with a third guy from Wildlife Services. We hiked the trail, found a clearing, and it wasn't there. I swear to you, gone. The bowl was just gone. The slope was smooth, covered in normal pine needles and moss. No bare dirt, no yellow grass, no trace of the circle at all. I stood there for almost 10 minutes in disbelief. We even checked GPS coordinates. It was the same place. I felt like I was losing my mind. But then, on the way back, near the spot where the stacked bones had been, Mark stopped. He bent down, picked something up, and handed it to me. It was a piece of jawbone. Fresh. Still had 2 teeth in it. Looked like it had come from a young raccoon. There were no drag marks, no blood, no fur. Just the bones sitting on top of the soil, like someone placed it there. We left. I took a few days off, claimed it was a flu or something. But I didn't sleep. Not really. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd hear that clicking again. Sometimes slow, sometimes fast, always just outside whatever room I was in. I moved my bed away from the window. I put my gun by the door. About a week later, Mark radioed me. Said we had reports of dogs going missing near the south side of the park. 3 in 1 week. All leash snapped, all disappeared within minutes. We found 1 collar caught in the branches of a tree, 12 feet off the ground. I don't go back to that ridge anymore. If a trail crosses near it, I assign someone else. I haven't told the full story to anyone until now, because I know how it sounds. But here's the thing. I still check the satellite maps once in a while. And every few months, I'll see it again. That bowl-shaped clearing. Perfectly round. Sometimes a little bigger. Sometimes a little smaller. But always there. And then it's gone.